Yeah, you got to put a quarter in the push and P jar.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
I mean, as per Drew, that would be a signal to go long.
Totally. I was basically subliminally trying to say it's very bullish.
Make sure that we don't have a side stream running here.
So what's this? They got this Bonk Arena going live. And FIFA Rivals is coming up on crypto. FIFA Rivals. They're calling Bonk Kill to Earn Solana launch. And their next is FIFA Rivals.
What is it now?
Meme coin game Bonk Arena.
If you can find a Switch 2 in your like area, people are scalping those on eBay. You could get a Switch 2 bundle that comes with Mario Kart. It's $4.99, but on eBay they're going from like $6.80 to $7.50.
That's pretty cool. But yes, this is actually the Bonk's meme coin. It's actually their legit game. So this isn't just like some fan that made a game based on Bonk. But yeah, it's called, I don't know what's the game, but it's a kill to earn, and they have pay to spawn, win to earn. So you got to pay to spawn. Players pay 10,000 Bonk tokens. That's about 15 cents to spawn inherent stakes from killed players. Half the revenue will fund Bonk token burns, rewards, and charity donations, while other half supports ready token buybacks. That's good for the Bonk community. I'm sure Bonk holders are liking that. I wonder, did Bonk spike up in price?
Hey, Bonk guys, are you looking for something to spend your Bonk on, or do you just want the price to go up? I'm pretty sure most of these people just want the price to keep going.
But if there's a good burn mechanism, the psychological aspect of it.
Yeah. Burn is always good, especially with something with that big of a supply. Like,
yeah.
Bonk.
They got another game coming out, FIFA Rivals.
sounds like a Bonk accumulation strategy.
No, that's on Polkadot. Something else. I was just looking at new blockchain games coming out. You think the game narrative is going to pop off soon when the alts? Like, I still think the big cap alt.
I don't know. I've been playing at least an hour of off the grid a day. And it started with just being like, okay, let me see if this is going to be decent for like an investment purpose, whatever. Now, I kind of just want to get on and play, bro. Just
that's
fun.
a good sign.
Yeah, that's kind of what I mean.
That's what it's supposed to, that's what it's supposed to be. Yeah.
They're about to launch mainnet soon. So my even before they launch the game, my thesis was that when they go mainnet across all consoles and PCs, with real live wallets, that'll be the sort of gaming narrative start. But we'll see. It needs to, in my opinion, because I'm pretty heavy gaming in my portfolio. You got a lot of Beam, got a lot of Super.
Guns had a good bounce back, right?
It's still sort of finding its ground, which is good. I got to buy down in the 30s. We're sitting, let me see if we've gone back over yet. Yeah, so we came down to the area of interest. We're starting to pull out. We haven't got back over supply yet, though. This was the range that we were in where it was accumulating first. And then Bitcoin came down to 100K. And now it's sort of working its way out of there.
So
But
it looks like a
there's
crypto.
two pretty big targets, right? That vector gap that we left there. And then the one of
Yeah, so total crypto market cap grew faster this month than Bitcoin itself, even though the dominance was pretty spiked. But
yeah,
does that make
look
sense?
at the
Altcoin.
totals. So these are our recoveries from the dips on all the totals. Total 1, 2, 3, and 4. Everything basically V-shape recovered. For the most part.
Looks like crypto outperformed stocks and gold as well this last month.
You're talking about the market cap of what, Bio? Guns? Yep. There's a reason why these are here. Don't trip by the dip.
Yeah, I messed up with thesis though. People did not like that move at all. Like as soon as the liquidity pools were back up, it's like the community went, thank you, and I can get out. And then they
Yeah.
moved it to other SUI things. But I was like, oh, this looks bullish. And I bought sort of a local top on the 4-hour, and I'm not proud of it. Just midnight Eastern Standard Time, which was midnight for me. Just when I was driving. So I lost a few $100, but before another dump. So yeah, I don't think that play is going to work for me. So I went back in the deep end.
It just failed to get back above its 50 on the 4-hour, and those 2 4-hour candles were rough. I mean, honestly, it just came back down to its bottoms.
Yeah, I just feel like it's not going to work for this full cycle.
Oh, I won't be holding any.
Yeah, I don't think it's.
Mm-mm.
What's in
You
there?
give it a chance to recover, and what are you gonna do? You can't make it happen. That's why we don't fall in love with these things. You're back in your accumulation zone, and you still got vector gap underneath you for like 10 cents.
Yeah, I'm outie. And then after that, deep got a nice pump. Yeah, like
That's
around the same
money.
time.
Yeah, that's people making their decision. You're in SUI and you want to pick a couple betas, so you're probably in deep and you're probably in cetus, and you can't figure out which one to go into, so you're 50-50, and then something like this happens. You're like, okay, well, made that decision easy. You know what I mean? Like, deep it is.
Yeah.
Deep's so good, man. Deep's still holding its bull flag together.
Yeah.
Honestly, one of my favorite charts. This little V-shaped recovery here is so weird.
See, we kind of did a similar thing where it didn't retest the breakout of that descending wedge. Like, see how it just breaks out and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
But on the 1-hour, that wasn't a vector. But it's a vector on your chart.
I'm on the daily.
So on the daily, when it shows it's a vector, but if you zoomed in on the 1-hour and it's not a vector, is it a vector or is it not a vector?
Yeah, do this. You just go like this. put a little box around the vector candle in question. And then you go to lower time frames. Even on the 1 hour, that whole thing is a vector. And it reclaimed itself, but it also set in the new vector, which is why the whole thing is a vector. And you can go down to the 5 minute.
Oh, I'm tripping.
Now this is the 5 minute play out of that hourly vector candle, and then you'd look to see. But yeah, it was one swift vector, and then another set of vectors here. But sometimes you'll come in and you'll see, this isn't a good example of it, but sometimes you'll look at the hourly vector and you'll see, okay, this didn't turn into a vector until like halfway through. Right, and that's when we get those 50% retracements. Like it could just be that all of this was retail candles and then it turned vector, 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 vector. But with this amount of vectors, it was enough to turn the entire hourly candle into a vector. But when you break down the candle and you look, there's really no market maker orders underneath because this wasn't a vector. But this, like I said, not a good example. This whole thing is a vector.
Yo, interesting data as of 12 o'clock UTC today. Bitcoin addresses holding over 1,000 Bitcoin have increased by 2.5%. That's pretty good. I mean, that shows whale accumulation right now, which could signal something nice, right?
You want to see something funny? Go look at addresses under like 1 Bitcoin or under 10 Bitcoin. You basically see it in real time. You see small wallets selling to big wallets. Small wallets sell, they go crazy when it goes down into 100, and then all of a sudden the big wallets start accumulating. And how we always say, like, don't sell them your cheap Bitcoin. You know what I mean? Like that type of shit.
That's what happens there.
Yeah.
I'm guilty doing that too. I sold a lot of my cheap Doge. Not this round, but last cycle.
You know, this little V-shaped recovery here on deep is cool and all, right? Impressive. We looked at a bunch of different alts, maybe 4 of them gave us a V-shaped recovery like that. But if you really back out and look at it, this whole thing has been a V-shaped recovery. I mean, you just now are starting to put in your lower high, which means the size of your higher low fractal here is ridiculous. Assume that it found bottom there. It's messy.
Yeesh. Yeah, I like that.
That would be a nutso move. But when you think that we go into price discovery really soon here. Like we go into price discovery at 34 cents basically. And deep is the liquidity layer for SUI. So if SUI's gonna do what we're expecting it to do, then this might not be as crazy as it looks. Little 10x. Little 10x on deep. I'll look at Brett. Give me a second. I'm holding Brett. I think Brett's one of the stronger memes. I think Brett still has some ammo that it hasn't. Difference between Brett and some of these other memes is that most of them have already kind of shown their cards, right? Brett still has the possibility of a Coinbase listing. If Brett gets that Coinbase listing, Brett is gonna go absolutely crazy, bro. I understand the market cap is high, but I told y'all, retail is not gonna come in and learn how to use the DEX right away and buy your little shitty meme coin at 50 million market cap or whatever. What they're gonna do is they're gonna come in and they're gonna buy the cheapest meme coin or the most popular meme coin that's available on whatever app they're using.
That's why Moondang pumped so hard. Coinbase made it like a lot of the whales that were accumulating were on Coinbase.
I think it's on freaking Robinhood too, bro.
Yeah, that was after like the initial
Nuts.
pump there.
Yeah.
Or the rebound pump.
So when it comes to Brett, we've already got the right side of our fractal and we're putting in the left side. Let's assume that that was it. Assume that was the bottom. We can readjust later. And mind you, Brett's already done amazing, right? So this is just icing on the cake here, in my opinion. And it's probably going to be lower than some people want to hear, but from where we are now, conservatively, about a 7x. Being conservative. Coinbase listing and all that, we can address it after, but for right now, what the chart is giving us is a path to a 7x if the mind share is there, right? If people decide that this is what they want to pick up.
Now Coinbase might be hesitant unless they strike a deal with well the thing is they did Pepe.
Hold on, give me a second, Drew. 1 hour for CME close. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking because with Matt Fury, did he sign off for Coinbase to list Pepe?
I have no idea. I don't know what's going on with Matt.
Because I don't even think he might have to. I mean, they do use the logo, his artwork.
I mean, it hasn't stopped any other exchange from listing it.
So if Matt wanted to, he could probably do a cease and desist, which makes it a little bit sketchy to me. Anything that has an artist logo based on it, the artist isn't like 100% on board. That's what I would do research to see, did Coinbase sign off on Brett? Do they have the right to use that image really?
Well, they don't claim ownership of Brett at all. Brett became a Coinbase mascot because when it came out, there was no way to really invest in Coinbase unless you wanted to be on Legacy. So Brett somehow took that sort of role as like, people have assumed that maybe they have something to do with the project itself, but I don't know. But no other exchanges have had any issues listing.
Well, they did fund some projects like some marketing things with Brett. Now it's
it
DeFi,
makes sense.
Coinbase.
I would have too. Like,
I mean, the first thing I would have done is get the artist permission.
All right, so an hour until CME. And 3 hours until this weekly close. This is the one time where we should be rooting for the market maker not to close this CME gap. We don't care about the CME gap. Just ignore the
Why?
CME gap because we need
I
that
missed it.
weekly. We need that weekly close. I'll show you.
Okay, thank you.
When we came down, when we popped up over here, our weekly resistance was at 104.5 basically. Right, so when we popped up, we broke that, but we have to retest that as support. So we came down and we grabbed that 100. This was 3 days ago. We were watching this one. We said we're going to come down, grab the 100, but we have to be back above this line by the end of the weekly candle, or we're going to break structure and we're going to put in some bearish divergences. So the most important thing is that this weekly candle closes above this line. More important than anything. This is probably the most important weekly candle close in this bull run, in my opinion.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, I like all those long wicks, like a fork.
Yeah, no, this was amazing. Watching this happen in real time was great. We did a full TA on this before it happened and talked about what we needed to happen, what was expected, how fast it needed to happen. But watching it happen in real time was nuts.
Yeah, I was
Dude,
lurking.
I got.
No, go ahead, G.
I was just saying, I'm having a crazy deja vu with 2021. Like, just a lot of these always seem like they're prepped up to have a 2021 run.
Inshallah. Let's get it.
Was that when Doge went from 009 to eating the zero?
Yeah. When I went parabolic.
Oh man, I had just learned how to buy crypto at that point. I think it was March. So literally from March to SNL, I don't know how long of a time that was. I feel like it wasn't very long to like learn crypto, learn about bull markets, which I didn't. And it was just someone was like sending me, he sent me like 69 Doge to like teach me how to buy, sell, and send. And it was so difficult back then before all these apps.
Yeah. Yeah, I wrote it all the way up from 0.007. Just kept on buying to the top. Didn't sell anything at the top whatsoever. Held everything, kept on buying back on the way down, and finally came to my senses around 14 cents.
I tried, bro. I remember.
I know, Dbloc was there.
I tried, bro. I tried.
Like, they were really trying, like, Drew, come on, dog. Like, yo, what you doing?
I was like, bro, even if you just sell it and just buy it back, and I would do the math of like, look here. Look, if you'd have sold here and just bought back here, you'd have this much.
Yeah, I didn't want to listen. And I finally came to my senses. I still, got out nice because most of my buys were like 0.007, 1 cent, 2 cent, 3 cents. That's what like my heavy buys were. But I was sprinkling everywhere. I was buying the whole way up top and the whole way back on bottom.
All right, so we're above this triple top. So on the way down, we're gonna have to contend with that. And that's right where the 50's out on the 15. I think we have enough to slow down price. So even if they go after that CME gap, knock on wood, we still close above 3 hours. It's gonna be horrible if they take it, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not even gonna sit here and lie to you.
Maybe they'll tease it to get shorts to come in.
Yeah, see, they got commercials on your channel now. I watch them all just to get you those credits.
Let's go.
Run.
Yeah, I watch them to make sure that they're not giving them any of the like scammy commercials. But we're doing all right. It was like a car commercial and Some Uber Eats. I
Yeah, there
saw
was
Uber
one.
Eats
There was
commercial and I just
one.
laughed.
There was one that seemed a little sketch, but
Well,
that's
like a
it.
crypto, send me one, I'll send you two, one of those?
No, it was just
Oh,
like a
okay.
course, crypto course or something like. Oh, and there was another one that had Kevin O'Leary. It wasn't him. It was an AI version of him talking, so I can tell that wasn't really O'Leary. It was made to look like it was really him pitching something.
I think those ads work when you're already genuinely curious about a particular thing, and then it's not that you're gullible, it's just that you've already been curious about that particular thing, and it's the algorithm somehow got that part of you, and then you're like, oh well, I like Shark Tank and I watched him. Oh, I was thinking about XRP just the other day or whatever.
Yeah, and these videos are getting so good. Like you can't tell that, it's because it's really their head, but it's just they kind of AI manipulate the mouth. So it's like everything looks so real, and it's like, man, they're getting really, really good at like now you're not gonna be able to tell what's real and what's not, especially this whole next phase. There's gonna be so much misinformation out there.
Best thing is just to realize nobody's going to give you anything for free. One. Two, if they were going to
Yeah.
give you something for free, they're not going to pay for a marketing campaign to give you something for free. They're definitely not
Good
going to
point.
pay to give you something for free. So just, yeah, all of that shit is bullshit. Keep it old school, bro.
Wait,
I don't
but
scan
Gemini's giving
everything.
you Bitcoin. They've been pushing that crypto credit card hard.
Yeah, but they're getting something back for it, right? You have to have a certain amount deposited or hold something for a certain amount of time or be a member for a certain amount of time.
I'll be right back.
I drove an hour away to a Best Buy to try and find the Switch 2 because now I want it. Because I can't have it. Because I can't have it, I want it even more.
Just get it online.
No, because the scalpers are charging like 150, and then I won't get what if something's wrong with it? I won't have a receipt. Turn it back in. So yeah, more money could get me one, but then I won't have the ability to return it if something's broken. But I went on Reddit and someone actually built a bot that they took not the API key, but somehow they were able to code the inventory restock of Best Buys, and you just put in your state, and then it shows the stock and restock and refreshes every 10 minutes.
Yeah, I have an app for that on my phone too. I can't remember what I was chasing one day, but I had to. I think it was a sneaker drop or something. But it works. Yeah, it works for sneaker stores too. They're like, okay, this Foot Locker only has 20 pairs. There's 30 people in the line. Not doing this.
I don't like how it feels though when I walk in. When I was walking into the Best Buys, and they actually have this cardboard sign that says, Switch 2 out of stock. But I just saw on the spot, like, no, you supposedly have one. So this time I did believe the sign because I was just tired of it. I don't like feeling like, I don't like the way it feels. So anyway, I walked right out.
The person that put that sign out is hoping nobody asks so that they can take that shit home at the end of their shift.
But I drove that hour yesterday, and these people, I don't know if it was because it was the area or what, but they were weird. The greeter kept interrupting talking to me by greeting people that were coming into the door. and telling them 3 sentences. And if you need any help, let me know. And I'm like, I need help. And you're letting me know. And then those new people would start new conversations with him and then leave me like standing there. And then I went to the cashier, and then that guy, he was a lot younger, and you could tell he was just over it. He's just over people asking about this thing. And he was like, listen, he's like, didn't you see the sign? I'm like, man, I just drove an hour. So anyway,
Somebody in YouTube chat says order it from GameStop. They have all of them.
they closed down all the GameStops around me. I don't know what Ryan Cohen is up to, but I'm imagining he's doing the Chewy route and everything's gonna be online. Yeah.
Hey,
Oh, you
Block
mean
when
like ship it to
4K
me?
streams, my guy.
Yeah.
Bio, we could do 4K streams, but it's gonna give you a 5-second delay on the charts. Charts really don't look that much different in 4K than they do in 1080. But it's the delay that's the issue. When I get to the point where I'm doing recorded videos, I'll do them in 4K though, because then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I haven't experienced supply and demand quite like this. And then of course Pokemon, but I'm saying like I watched this man grab one in front of me, in front of my face, while I was contemplating like selling some crypto for it. And it's behind the glass. And so the guy, I was there for 3 to 5 minutes maybe looking at it, comparing it. I hadn't done enough research yet. And then this guy brings over a staff member and goes, oh yeah, there's still one here. And the guy was like, oh great, because Walmart canceled my pre-order. And then I was like, well, now hey.
You say anything?
You took it.
I'd have made a scene in that bitch. Yeah, Butthead feels your pain in the chat. He said the price gouging is ridiculous. What are they going for?
They're $4.99 for the bundle that comes with Mario Kart. And I gotta admit, I watched the gameplay and it looks nice. The gameplay for Mario Kart looks really good. A new Donkey Kong is coming out. The actual unit is $349 if you don't want Mario Kart. Or I'm sorry, what did I say? It's $449 for the actual unit.
But what are they reselling it for?
So the scalpers are reselling it anywhere from the cheapest I saw without Mario Kart, $580.
Oh, that's not bad.
Up to $745 I saw on eBay. $790 I think was as high as it went for the Mario Kart bundle.
Man, they were reselling the damn Xbox Series X's at like 5x price.
Oof.
Yeah. That's why I sat my happy ass in that line in the cold overnight.
Yo, everybody out there that has kids, man, when you're buying your kids one of these trendy things, like if it's a new PlayStation or something new that pops off, get like a carbon copy of, get 2 of them, and keep one always under wraps. Like I'm telling you, in 30 years, you see some of these things at Nintendo's. Like if you had a Nintendo that was just fresh, like, unopened, that thing's $1 million right now, like from the old school Nintendo. It's crazy.
It's because of how hard it is to keep one fresh unopened. Like everybody had them, everybody used them. Like you'd have to hide that thing, bro.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like that's why I buy 2 pairs and just hide one,
Yeah.
And with shoes too. You see how some of these like old school Jordans run if they were like.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. There's only, you can only hold them for so long, dead stock. After a while something happens with the glue and the soles will come right off of the bottom if you've never stepped in them. Right? Because when you wear your shoe for the first couple times, you're really sealing in that sole.
That makes sense.
Yeah, shoes that have never been broken in, never, especially like the 4s. Yeah, if you hold them for too long, like 20 years, pull them out the box, it just, them shits just crumble.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out. We're about to start cooking some bear meat. I'm right back.
Yeah. No, I actually have a bunch of sneakers that I need a list. Yeah, you'd have to. I mean, some people they'll stuff it. Like, they'll stuff the sneaker with something to put that pressure on the sole. Limited hats are back right now. You're paying good money for fitteds, and well, used to pay good money for snapbacks, but now everybody's wearing fitteds again. But yeah, some of these limited hats could go for 180, 200 bucks, 240 bucks. Yeah, that's big money. Especially if you can get a good little buzz popping on social media. Just send your merch out to a couple influencers, have them take a couple pics. Cloud gaming is a good backup. It's always performance for me over the visuals, bro. I turn everything off anyways. I'm competitive when it comes to gaming, bro. I'll play in black and white if it gives me a couple FPS. You can drop that bitch in wireframe. As long as I come around that corner just a little bit earlier than the next guy. Man, GTA 6. Come on. We got the Carter 6 before GTA 6.
So right now, when I see consecutive buys, someone just popping off, and it's always the same number: $531,000 and $531,000.3. So 531.3, and it's from Bybit, I believe.
Somebody could have a grid set up.
Yeah, but this grid setup's been on this number for, I'd say, about a week and a half, and just always $531.3 thousand worth of Bitcoin, no matter where the price is.
Must be nice.
Right?
One hell of a DCA schedule.
And he just did right now, he just did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 buys in a row, all $531,000. He just did them one after another with 2 seconds apart each. Big buys coming, big buys coming.
Christy, it is possible. It's been rumored. It's been rumored that there'll be crypto integration, but I can't speak too freely about. Well, actually, I don't even know, so it doesn't matter. But I'm under NDA with GTA 6. Gotta chill.
So I've been using my crypto profits to buy the things that I want. So I feel like I've been taking profits.
Yeah.
Sort of on the
Taking
way up
profits into real world assets.
here. Yes. I mean, they're assets for me. I like these things.
Hey, no shame. I just got myself a motorcycle. I was like, I gotta do something. I had like 3 really good trades in a row: Voxel, then Mudang, and then Ethereum. And I was like, I gotta get something. I gotta congratulate myself.
Is that where you go? Okay, because I don't think I'm working with as much capital as you, but what is that where maybe we can also use Bitcoin as an example. But say I did have 6 figures and I'm like, well, I don't want to I don't want to risk what I've earned at these other things. I'll take the smaller percentage on a way larger market cap like Mudang or Lo-Fi or whatever, Bitcoin. When I see and hear these big buys in these much larger projects, I'm always thinking like, well, why didn't they buy these other things where the percentage could be much higher?
They don't need it. The safety
They
is
don't need
more
it, and the risk,
valuable.
yeah, the risk is much higher there. Plus, they're going to overpower the distribution by coming in like that, and that will scare the original holders out. Usually, when you have big players coming in like that, and they're overpowering, it's like even a poker table. Same thing.
You kill the
Kind of
project.
just,
Yeah, it's just not. It's not an easy out.
Okay, the poker table analogy helped me because if someone came through and had way more chips than I did, if he bluffed me every time, I'd be like, whatever.
exactly. You just push everyone out, and you can dump. And it's just like keep on pumping, dumping, till you have everything. And a lot of times they don't want everything; they just want a little bit and leave.
Okay, that makes sense.
But yeah, and especially slippage, like having that kind of money, and slippage is a big factor. So you'd have to just like be so patient to wheeze your way in there with small buys. Like say if you're trying to buy $2 million worth of something that has only a $5 million market cap, you're trying to buy almost half of its supply. So to get in there with that kind of money, if you want to have that kind of control, it's not worth it. It's too risky unless you're plotting with some developers on the inside project and it's part of a whole scheme. Then that's a different story. But
No, I'm not gonna
Okay, the
put that
slippage
amount
thing
of
makes
money at risk. Especially not having to do that much work, doing more work, taking on more risk. No. Mm-mm.
Mudang's still risky. I mean, that's its market cap's not that big. I consider Doge a much safer play. Like that's probably the safest meme in my opinion is Doge. Then comes Pepe. Is there another meme that has any market cap in between Doge and Pepe? Those are kind of the top 2 right now, right?
For memes, Trump.
Oh yeah, Trump's up there now too. So Trump, Pepe, and Doge.
Bullshit, yo. Like I've never been a hater, but damn.
Yo, I'm not gonna front though. Remember I was saying like, what Trump's gonna do something silly and give it a use case, and we were joking. I think you said it too. We were joking. It's like, yeah, you're gonna be able to hang out and party with them, if you buy all his bags or something like that.
Yeah.
That's basically what
Oh,
happened.
Shib is right in between Pepe and Doge.
Okay, that's right. My bad. I slept on Shib.
So
All right,
Doge, Shib, Pepe, Trump, Bonk, and then Murad with SPX.
Well, Bonk is down there though. Where's Bonk at? Bonk's like
Right underneath Trump.
Okay, yeah.
Fifth place. Top 10 memes
fifth
right
place.
now: Dogecoin, Shib, Pepe, Trump, Bonk, SPX, Fartcoin, Dog with Hat, Floki, and Pudgy Penguins.
Floki, I forgot about Floki.
You know, it's crazy because the distance between, like, once you go below SHIB, that's a big difference in market cap, or at least in places in crypto. Because SHIB is right now where in 19th place.
Yeah, it's
And then,
27 mil for Doge, 7 mil.
mhm,
So
right, it's a big difference. Yeah.
I mean, Bill, sorry. So it's $20 billion more in Doge than SHIB. Ah, Doge killer, who? Where?
Good try, guys.
Yeah. Anyways. But no, when you start getting down into like the top 10, I think Pudgy Penguins moves its way up higher on this list. I think Floki comes down on the list. I think Dog with Hat probably goes up on the list. Fartcoin goes up on the list.
Mudang's probably going to go up on the list
Where?
a
How
little bit.
far is Mudang? Where is Mudang at?
Mudang's still slow. It's probably like 200 million, somewhere around there.
It is, yeah. Yeah, it's on the top page, but it's not, and then it's got Toshi ahead of it. Giga Chad. There's a lot of shit here that doesn't need to be
Dude,
here.
I stocked up so much Mudang to at 20 million and got rid of it at 30 million like a sucker. I'm not a sucker. I made nice money, but it's just like, my friends are clowning me too. Or not some friends, but some people I know on some other channels, like some, what's it called? Space channels, you know?
Mm-hmm.
They were clowning me. They're like, ah.
I like Mog.
Dude,
Mog has got a really strong community.
do you guerrilla sell or do you do the small increments to avoid slippage like you mentioned before?
Well, it depends,
On which
you know,
one?
if I see, like when I did Mudang, there was pretty much good liquidity on Coinbase, but I was selling 25% stacks, like, and then just like 4 sells real quick.
It's about when you sell too, right? Because if you sell into the pump, then you're fine.
Exactly.
You just can't afford to wait for that top out candle, right? Like everybody likes to wait for that top candle. Like you DC out into the pump. You know that last pump when I say this is being sold into? That's what I mean. Like guys with big money that are worried about slippage are gonna sell into the action.
Yeah, because the price difference you get, even if you're selling at that same moment, and like maybe just let's say 30 seconds later, but you're still at that same level because of the order book is so thinned out and they're all gone.
Yeah.
It just drops like a hammer, and you lose about 30% of your buying power that you would have had getting out 30 seconds later. I mean, earlier.
Yeah, exactly. What looks like an early sell to you really is the best. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people like you can do that if you're not dealing with big bags. Like, okay, well, let me see the pump, and also just a little bit after, I see the first retracement when momentum shifts, and I can see that it's done. But you can't do that with big bags, And when you're looking for slippage-free trades, you got to just be like, I'm not risking waiting to see when this pump's done. I got to sell into the pump.
Lowe's with the 5 gifties. Appreciate you, bro. W gifts. But honestly, you know what slippage tells me?
Should I do an angel number? I'm about to buy 333 more, 333, 888, 777.
Slippage to me tells me that I've got too much in that project. Like it's almost like the guardrail that I use for never being too exposed in one particular project. Right? It's a pretty good baseline. Like if you've got enough in it to where you're worried about slippage, then you probably have too much.
Damn, I better chill then, huh?
I mean, it's just it's a way to judge how much risk you're taking. Right? So it's like a heads up.
Right now, if I sold my whole bag in one take on Coinbase, what would they give me?
On what?
On Doge.
Oh, you're not gonna have any slippage issues on Doge.
Oh, you might be surprised. 0.09.
Nah.
Slippage.
Yeah, you're good. We're talking like 5%, 10% slippage. Like that's the shit that really eats into your.
Yeah, nah. Well, we used to be like that back in the day, even
Yeah.
with Doge. Like, on Gemini, I was getting crazy slippage on Doge. And I really didn't understand all the mechanisms yet. And I used to get excited and I'd be like, yo, guys, watch this, watch me pump it. And it's just like stupid. Like, why am I trying to make these huge candles? Because every huge candle I make, it's like, that's my slippage right there causing that huge candle. It's like, stop it.
And somebody else that's worried about slippage is selling into your pump.
Exactly, dude. And I just didn't get that. Like, I couldn't grasp that. And I was playing with too much money for my own good. And I was just like, oh, let me pump the chart. You know, sometimes that works when you're trying to break a resistance level and you create a party, you're the catalyst that kind of starts the party. But man, besides that, it's just trying to show off, like, watch me make this pump. You know, it's like, that's the stupidest thing ever. I lost so much money doing that. It was fun though. I can look back historically and like always, you know, maybe tell my great
All about the
grandkids.
memories, bro.
Yeah, look back in the historical charts and be like, yo, that was me right there. Pull up that Gemini Doge chart. You see me? Yeah, you see me.
Yeah, look at Guns doing a little thingy thing. Okay.
Let's go, Guns. Pew, pew, pew.
You.
Yeah, when they list that on Coinbase, you guys are going to be selling your bags to me. Yo, I'm pissed at Elon, man. He put out another Cybertruck whistle, but it's a black stealth one. He said that was going to be limited. They're never going to make them again. Now they made a black stealth limited only, like special. They're only going to have it for a few weeks or something.
Elon's trying
That's
to
not
accumulate more Doge.
Yeah, but that's like, duh, I thought, you know, I thought these were going to be limited whistles. Now you're making a black whistle. I guess technically you say, yeah, those stainless steel ones are limited, but now this black stainless steel, that's different, you know? It's like, oh man, I probably just brought down the value of my whistle.
Have you
Yo, you
blended
got-
it before?
Oh yeah, it's loud. It sucks. You can't hold it in your pocket because it's too sharp. So it's not. It's like you don't want to put it in your pocket. Definitely, it's just like it's going to cut a hole in your pants. But yeah, they got a levitating Cybertruck you can buy. It's crazy. It's like a little toy Cybertruck that levitates.
Oh, I've seen those. Like that's something you put on your desk.
Yeah,
Little magnet
toys.
thing.
Like
Yeah.
like, that's cool. Dude, I'm not fronting, man. If those robots come out and they're like $50,000, I'm gonna buy one.
I mean, it's pretty cheap for what it's supposed to do.
Exactly.
We'll buy two so that you could play with one and keep the other one in the box.
Nice.
Good,
See what you
good
did
call.
there.
Good call. So that's 100 G's I got to put on side, huh? I'll get it financed.
You got to buy two so that the first one has one to play with, so it doesn't go evil robot on you.
Yeah, but what if they plot against you?
Yeah, that's true too.
that detective is the right question.
That's true too.
And you got four hands to worry about, you know. Yo, and I've seen them dance, so I would imagine they can do some pretty good kung fu moves. Imagine just teaching it like, hey, robot, watch this Bruce Lee for like 5 days and then walk around the city with me. If anyone touches me, Bruce Lee his ass.
No, that conflicts with the first law.
What's the
Laws?
first law?
Robots can't hurt humans.
My
Wait,
robot's
robots
not gonna
can't
have
hurt
laws.
humans? What law is that? I've never seen
Those
that.
are those movie laws.
Yeah, it's from a movie, Drew. It's from iRobot.
Okay, I didn't see that. I used to wear a shirt that said "Save the Robots." It was a party they did back in the day in New York.
You need to find a
Robotics.
picture of that and keep it in case shit ever hits the fan. Be
Yeah,
like,
I'm
look,
like, you guys,
bro,
I was repping.
I've been with
I
y'all
was
from the
saying
beginning.
exactly. I think that's a good idea.
You cover your bases, bro.
Thinking ahead. But I think robots should be able to hurt people if it's in self-defense, like not to the purpose to hurt someone, but just to subdue them until authorities come.
Be able to just sit on you.
I mean, imagine like what kind of rope work he can do. Like give a robot a rope, and like he probably tie the sickest knot in like 3 seconds. Like lasso some cowboy maneuvers on you. Like they could learn all of that stuff. Anything that's locomotion of a human, like they could learn it. It's crazy.
Go, guns, go.
Plants in the yard. Just a little simple task. Like hold this at first, dig this hole for me, do that. Guess I'd want to give him some nice boots, some nice gloves. I'd ask it to help me in the kitchen a
May the
little bit.
force be with you. Snow
Bake me
caps
some
mountain
pumpernickel bread.
emoji, eagle emoji, rock climber emoji, sheep emoji.
And my girlfriend, she's a good cook, but she's busy, man. She's always doing something. She's a hustler.
But you can just talk to the robot crazy too. You know? Well, you don't gotta be like sweet about it. Be like, drink now. Good luck
I
with
would
your
want to
girl.
listen more. I'd want the robot to teach me things, and I'd like to listen. I'm like, just tell me some things about this. How do I do that, or what should I do about this? Do you like this lawyer? Do you not like this lawyer? Should I fire him? Should I hire him? Like, be my kind of mentor.
That'd be cool if you had like purpose built. Like you have that one robot that's just your lawyer. And yeah, it could do other shit, but it's like a flex, right? You keep him in a suit.
Well, let's think about that. That's what they're gonna have something like that. Because look, Chat GPT already, you got plugins you can buy that do specific tasks.
Yeah.
It's gonna be so hard for me to prompt Chat GPT to go through all your YouTube channels and pick out like keywords that you want me to say, or like narrate or do a script or something. But there's plugins that you just like they're dedicated to do that. So robots are probably gonna have plugins that are each dedicated to do certain jobs. But yeah, definitely some yard work. That's what I want some help with.
Oh yeah, climb up in the tree, get rid of those tall branches, all the shit, dangerous shit. Chop that wood up, throw out the garbage.
Repetitive stuff like sawing, that should be easy for them,
Go outside and fix the truck. AC's broke. Hey, robot, go handle that.
The first generation is probably like the detail, the granular level of like what its fingers can do is probably not going to be that good. But I bet you in about 10, 15 years, it's going to get so granular that they'll be able to do that to get inside an engine and like unscrew things that are hard to unscrew.
Yeah, like this small. Yeah. I get what you mean. Like small mechanical shit.
Exactly. Yeah.
Be cool, man. It's gonna be a generation soon, just like the kids that don't know what it was like to be without a computer, that won't know what it's like to be without a robot.
A robot nanny in the crib.
Yeah.
Cooking food, making some oatmeal.
I was watching some 9/11 videos, like reels on Instagram, and there were some Gen Zs commenting, and we're like, they didn't have phones in airplane. They didn't have cell phones in airplanes back then.
Oh my god. I hate them so much.
Because they were playing like voicemails from, you know, their last
Yeah,
voicemail.
yeah.
Oh my god.
I honestly think at this point it's a troll though. It's just trolling. They have to be.
Well, not that many people in the U.S. did. Europe was on the cell phone tip back then a little quicker than the U.S. was.
No,
But
but
there's cell phones back then.
the commercial airplanes, those airplanes though had a phone that you could use a credit card to call
Yeah,
out on the
yeah.
back of every
That
seat.
shit was expensive as hell.
Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying.
Friends
I know I
emoji.
understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Police officer emoji.
And we're gonna let guns cook for a minute. Oh man, so far so good, guys and girls. 2 hours, 18 minutes. 2 hours and 18 minutes, and all we need from Bitcoin is to do absolutely nothing.
Just hang out, Bitcoin. We're
Just
chilling.
chill,
Relax.
bro. No pressure. Don't do shit.
Kick up your feet. Take off your slippers.
Instead of, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I'm really surprised that Bitcoin's been able to hang out like this above 100K so long.
That's bro.
And then I was gonna say, instead of penny loafers, they'd be Satoshi loafers.
Satoshi loafers.
Ooh, better keep that secret. You just said that on YouTube. Someone's definitely jacking that idea. I like that. I'm gonna jack that idea.
What?
Satoshi loafers. Yo, I'm gonna make that big. Watch.
Good job, Tanner.
I'll give you a cut. Don't worry.
Okay.
So the whole thing, I'll even, we'll make them open source so we can, I'm already trying to patent it with AI as we speak, but it would be something that I have to have a memory system in it, of course. You probably want to put it somewhere in the soul area, have a little chip in there. And that is Satoshi loafers.
I'll be right
And
back.
somehow when you walk, you generate a proof of motion NFT, kind of like what Step in there. I like that. I think we're onto something. We should talk about this and get it done.
That's a great idea. Yeah, every step is on the blockchain.
Yep. And where you would put a penny, that's where the USB device is located. So instead of putting that penny where that little penny slip is, you have a little USB entrance right there.
Ooh, yeah. And not quite a QR code, but it could be like some sort of, like they'll have stations at checkout stations where they have you just swing your foot like those trunks on cars to make the door open. And then you just scan your foot over, like how you could do it at Whole Foods with your palm. So you just like scan your
You might be able to do it without even having to scan if you have an RDFI chip there and like just something in proximity. As long as you give that thing permission, you click a button or you press something, you can give anything permission. I think, yeah, we're onto something. Would it be Sat loafers, Toshi loafers, or Satoshi loafers? I like Toshi loafers.
Yeah, but the kids will say sats, like you said before. Hey, mom, can you bring me my sats?
Yeah, that does sound cool. penny loafers were so ugly though.
No,
I don't know how they got so big.
weren't they the corduroy looking ones? Or no?
I mean, just like the shape and like, it's just got like that. I think what were they? Tobagos too. Those were big back in the day. I just never really like penny loafers. Just weird. I like the whole thing of putting a penny in your loafers. That's cool. My favorite kicks back in the day were kangaroos. The pouch and the strap, Velcro strap. Velcro straps weren't really a thing. I'm that old. I'll be right back. Mic check, mic check. Yo, does this mic sound like it's muffled up?
You sound really low though.
Sounds low?
Yeah, it sounds really low.
All right, cool, thank you. I'll be right back.
Wait, is this Drew? Who is it? Is it Drew?
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, you sound really low.
I'll be right back.
You sounded clear though.
I thought it was a little muffled. Yeah, like not blurry, but muffled. Like the way the consonants hit.
Mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Does this sound a little clearer?
You're definitely, it's a good volume now.
All right, thank you. But it's clear, it's not like staticky or anything, right?
No, it's not staticky.
Perfect, thank you. Thanks for the help, guys. Really appreciate it.
It does sound a little echoey, a little like kind of like you're in a tunnel.
Yeah, there's something there. Something.
Yeah, I'm trying to fiddle with these settings here, and I'm trying to figure out the best one. So it still sounds a little echoey, you're saying, right?
Not echo, but like it's almost like you're talking through a tunnel. Like you're in a really open space where it's like like a tunnel.
Well, yeah, this room is pretty big here. Got to figure that out too.
I don't know. I must be tripping because you sound great.
It does sound better than before for sure.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's just, there's just a little tiny something.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is that better?
I mean, you sound good.
All right,
If
so
you
it's
hadn't
nothing.
asked, I don't think anybody even noticed.
Oh, okay.
But
So it's nothing. All
since I
right. So
started
nothing.
analyzing it,
Okay, cool. Thank you. So it's nothing crazy because earlier
No.
I was just getting like my headphones were giving this crazy muffled staticky sound. So I was just wondering if it was coming through.
No, it sounds good actually.
All right. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
I recommend you to download NVIDIA broadcast software. So it will give you a nice options,
Okay.
specifically with your mic.
Nice. I have NVIDIA cards, so it's gonna work well probably.
Yeah, it's called NVIDIA Broadcast. So you can tweak with the settings, the echo issues, or the noise cancellation and everything. So you'll
Check it
sound
out.
better.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Thanks. I'm gonna
Yeah.
check it out.
Nobody's bro.
Bitcoin retesting that triple top.
All right, all right. They want to spice it up here right at the end, huh? One hour, 45 minutes. Little vector recovery. We want it to take as long as it possibly can. Super important weekly close here, guys. Can't stress it enough. We're holding support off of our triple top and our 200 EMA right now. Bears, pay attention to me here. You guys are allowed to come down for these liquidations right here. Then I need you to relax. Okay? Call all your bear friends. Be like, we're cleared to 105. But we need to wait at least an hour and 20 minutes before we go lower than that.
You think they're gonna go to the CME gap?
Yeah.
Are they gonna cover that, or are they gonna leave it behind?
Nah, I think they'll go for CME. It's a timing thing for me.
Yeah.
Like I said, it just can't be within this weekly candle.
Yeah, weekly candle we can close might above.
Then we can do whatever after that. I'll
Yeah.
go team bear with you. Let's go take out some liquidity. Let's do all that fun stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking to you, High Def. We need you to chill out, bro.
How many hours till the weekly close? 2 hours or
It's
something
like
like
an
that?
hour and 20 minutes.
1 hour something.
Hour and 40 minutes.
An hour, 40 minutes.
Hey, it wouldn't be
Okay,
crypto
this
if they
doesn't.
didn't make it exciting at the last minute, right?
Yeah, this doesn't quite look good. They need to go a little bit upper and close the candle quite okay, and then go down.
I'd say let's take
That
about
was
20
Dbloc.
minutes to half an hour retesting this 50, clearing these vectors. Take another half an hour to come down underneath, maybe 15 minutes to retest, and you have an hour to go through those liquidations, and we'll be good. As long as you guys stick to that time schedule, Bears. You hear me out there?
Yeah, I'm bare at the moment.
Let's not go too crazy here.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking we can go higher before we start going lower.
Yeah, I hope you're right. Yeah, I think you're right. This calls for a picture. I need somebody to babysit the Bears real quick. The perfect guy for the job. Another perfect guy for the job. All right. The sailor's watching you.
Yeah.
Dave.
Yeah, would you say that from here on, I don't know, maybe wait a retest on the upper side and go for a short?
Yeah, I mean, I would be targeting CME. I wouldn't be glued to the screen right now if I wasn't targeting CME because I'm kind of like for the macro, we need something opposite to my TA to play out, so it's kind of sketchy. But they've held it so far, man. I think we're good. I think we're good. That would be a lot of damage to do in a short period of time. And we still have these vectors, right? So we'll see if we can reclaim. We'll test how strong this is now. If they don't reclaim half these vectors and retest the 50 at least, then you know things are looking pretty weak here. But yeah, I'm happy with that being the top. I'll be honest with you. Like, come up, grab that, and then come back down. Even if I don't get the magic move. Sorry, Michael. Did that look?
Yeah.
It felt like I was talking and I look. He's looking at me like, "What are you saying right now?" My bad, bro.
What are you saying, bro? No, that's not okay, bro. Yeah, but even with Michael Saylor, we're looking at very small time intervals. He's looking at the big picture, for example,
Yeah.
years. So, yeah. We're just looking at, I don't know, 1, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, maybe a week. He's looking like maybe 30 years from now on. So he may win in the long run.
RH 1045. 104,500.
Yep, still waiting to see if it retraces or if it goes back up.
I don't think so. The retrace has been done.
Are you sure it will not go to CME gap? I'm 90% sure it will go to CME gap.
Yeah. You know, these are my favorite trades when I see the stopping volume candles on 15 minutes. Oh, I'm all in, bro. I'm all in.
Yeah, but seems to be wanting to go to CME.
Yeah, we will go to the CME.
Yep. Algos are set right
Uh,
now to back up trades that are headed towards CME.
Yeah.
So we're gonna need what's been holding us up this whole time to step in and continue to hold us up for the next hour and a half. You want to know the most exciting outcome? You know how Elon says the most entertaining outcome? The most exciting outcome, would probably give a lot of us a heart attack here, would be a drop down in the CME right now. And in the last couple of minutes, catch all of these buys and pump back up above where our weekly close needs to be. I'd rather not do that. I don't want to play that game. Cool.
It takes a lot of money to do that, bro.
There's a lot of money sitting there.
I wish we don't do that.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. Let's just not be greedy. Come
If
grab
anything,
these
I want to.
liquidations, hold the 800 EMA, come back up for the retest, close the weekly candle somewhere around here, and then they can go ahead and play that little game. Nah, this weekend trap's been blown out already, Kelly. There's no judging a false move up or down. We killed our trapped longs a long time ago, which is good. This has been the one weekend that I didn't want. Imagine if this weekend had played out traditional. That means price would have been sucked back down into this range, and we would have been above and below the price that we need to close the weekly candle on. For the last 3 days, we would have been sitting here like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
No, they made a really smart move on this weekend.
They let
They
him
made a
go.
really smart move. Normally we dump on Fridays, Saturdays, and then pump on Sunday toward the CME. But this time we are playing opposite. We went all the way up, and now we are heading down towards the CME.
Rooting for it to go down is fine, Lily, but be careful rooting for it to go down too quick, because if we don't get that weekly close we're looking for,
Yeah.
it's a
That's what
bad,
I'm
bad.
expecting, yeah.
Off the grid solos are cheat code, but straight up.
Even the CME gap is still above the previous resistance on weekly. It's just touching the previous 2-3 weeks resistance, I guess.
Have you ever tried to call Zuzi with his theme song, Dbloc?
Yeah, every once in a while I'll hit it to see if it summons him. But he doesn't. You know what's crazy? That he's never heard his theme song because he doesn't have he doesn't have YouTube up.
But I can hear it through Discord.
I guess it's this. I guess he's got the soundboard muted or something. I think it's funnier that he doesn't hear it. It's great.
No, I think he's actually asleep right now. So
Zushi doesn't sleep.
Coltrane, you gotta check every once in a while. It goes offline, but at least once a day you can play solo on Xbox. It should have like a timer there that tells you when it's coming back on.
Do you own an arcade, Drew?
Wait, the arcade noise is coming in?
Yeah, we can hear the liquidation bells.
That's so weird. See, it's on a totally different line. All right, let me fix this. I'll be right back. You should not be hearing that because it's not like it's coming through my headphones. So that's really weird. I'll be back.
Yeah. Yeah, Butthead, on Xbox, it's not that it goes down. There's like a timer. It says solo will be available in 3 hours, 4 hours, or something like that. Don't forget to spend your guns tokens. You wake up one morning and they flip you to mainnet, you're gonna lose your guns tokens. So
Man, I'm gonna listen to you so hard next time with the airdrop season. So I missed all you and Wooney were like on top of it, and then I was like, it's probably not that much money, and that sounds like a lot of work, a lot of grinding. I'm not gonna do that. And then the easy airdrops I was getting from like just phantom swaps or whatever I was doing on Sui, you know, just these random ones. They'd be worth a couple $100. I was like, oh dang.
yeah,
Next time.
there's a lot of money out there. And most of the airdrops you do end up being shit. Right, but the one or two that hit, worth it.
Do you see this fall going Dbloc
What happened?
to about 104, 105 CME gap?
What was the question? I'm sorry.
Where do you see this fall going? To 104, 105 TME gap?
Yeah, that's what I think the target is. We're always gonna target CME if it's open underneath us.
Okay, okay. Cool, cool.
Like I said, today it's timing. It's about timing for me. So I do want it to go down, but I need it to go down in a certain period of time, which adds interesting variable.
Yeah, let's see where it goes.
Base cat, what's going on, brother? People mad? Usually what it boils down to, Galactic. Big mad. I hope so, man. I'm hoping this triple top at least slows down the dip enough. Not only the breaking it, but the having to retest it before continuing down should be enough to give us a little bit of pause here. My Uber Eats should be getting here right around that time. Gotta try to time that order. Yeah, Roka.
Kind of feels like the time is going slow now.
It's the worst. It's the worst. That's the fight or flight in your brain. You know, the dopamine and the adrenaline is running. Things are slowed down so that you have a better opportunity to sort of figure out what direction the tiger's coming from, where the exit is.
The problem I have is I got into a long from 104,000 and I've been holding it throughout the weekend. So
What are your plans though? Take profits, or are you just is this an entry for a longer?
I want to take profit at the liquidity above 106, 700, 800 ish.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, it makes sense.
it's just like it. I don't want it coming down though. I mean,
I mean, they're gonna come for this liquidity. I just hope that the powers that be that are trying to keep this macro chart looking nice have enough pull to keep that from happening too soon. But honestly, CME gap is the natural retracement that you would expect. I mean, we have a gap right now. If Asia comes in and it's not filled, they'll fill it, which is what I'm hoping happens. I don't like the idea of coming down there now, getting that close to the point where we need to close the weekly candle and having that little bit of a bubble underneath us. So this drop here needs to slow down, which means I need red vectors. I need to see market maker setting long positions in these candles.
Yeah. See what happens.
All right, what about now? Can you guys still hear the arcade?
Nah.
Ah, finally. Sheesh. I'm still thinking this weekly is going to close pretty good, and it's just a little shakeout, scare people right before we get this hourly, weekly.
Yeah,
you know.
just make it interesting. There we go. All right, red vectors. The market maker is leaving longs in these ranges. Like Michael Saylor, a little bigger. You're not intimidating enough. Come on, you know you want to retest that triple top break from the bottom.
Yo, Dbloc, I'm not trying to FUD Miami, but there's a new discovery that just happened. Some satellite images just revealed a massive fault line right below Central Florida.
It's funny. It's probably just the limestone decaying from the salt water.
That's a good point.
You ever seen
saying
the?
right near-
You ever
near
seen that?
Orlando.
If you take salt water, you take like table salt and water, and you put a piece of limestone inside of it and just leave it there, it bubbles up like Alka-Seltzer. And that's what
Dissolves, huh?
that's what Florida's built on. That's why we get all those massive potholes and all of that shit.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So yeah, maybe it's just a big. Either way, it's not good.
Yeah, they're saying it's a line. Some people think it's a fault line, 130 kilometers. And they said seismic reflection studies revealing subtle ground deformations and deep crust fracture.
Spooky.
Spooky.
The rapture is upon us.
I mean, that might be an issue. I've done the math on the like global flooding and erosion and all that shit, and by my calculations, by worst case scenario in my lifetime, I could look at my house being like beachfront property, maybe.
Nice.
You know, like value goes up. Sell it to some nice couple that wants to live on the beach. No, I'm pretty far inland. At least like 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's crazy. They had a earthquake in Colombia, Bogota, right after they shot the president. The president was pointing at his own head right when he got shot, which is crazy. He got shot in the head. That's wild. Footage is ugly. And they have another 6.4 earthquake in Chile. Some volcano in Sicily just went off too. It seems like there's a lot of seismic activity. Oh, bird flu season. Watch out for bird flu FUD. That's coming too.
Drew, why are you giving us all this bad news right now?
I'm just scanning the timeline, seeing what's popping. It's my secret weapon.
What about them murder hornets?
Murder hornets? That's still last year.
They're due for a resurgence.
Yeah.
The news over in LA right now is the riots. They did a big ice burn
Yeah, people
in this
mad.
area. Yeah, people are mad and they're like swiping people in the parking lot. Home Depot, day laborers. But the federal police came in and there's some good footage out there of the riots.
Cali boils over every decade or so. Gangs were putting out messages to all their members that this is not our fight. I thought that was funny. The Bloods and Crips are like, we're not in it, yo.
Yeah, save your ammo.
It's not our fight. They got the feds out there, bro. Just chill. Like, it was funny though when you heard the news and like 2,000 National Reserve or whatever, and I'm like, damn, there's like 20,000 Crips in the 10-mile radius. But yeah, they're chilling.
I'm still wondering, man, do you think Trump really shoved that dude with his shoulder and they started scrapping?
I don't know, bro. I think Elon got punched in the eye. We can fill in the blanks on how
That's
it
what I'm
happened.
thinking.
But I saw Elon's face, and it was funny saying it was Trump because, you know, we talked about the fight and all that. But who knows, bro?
Now they're saying it's actually the Treasury Secretary. Like, he socked him. First he called him a fraud. Then Elon came up and shoved him like a rugby player, like with his shoulder, which is kind of hood. I mean,
Elon got that
you know,
big barrel chest too, yo. You seen him on that
Exactly.
yacht, right? He's got that weird build.
I mean, shoving someone with the shoulder, that's kind of like, you know, it's all right. You don't punch someone, you don't push someone, you shove them with your shoulder. I can see Elon doing that, you know. But I think Elon might be a little bit unhinged. You know, he does do some interesting drugs. I don't think that ketamine might be doing him too well.
I don't know. I know Elon will probably take Trump saying something, but I don't know if Elon gonna be too patient at anybody else. Getting too lippy. Like, I'm still Elon at the end of the day.
Yeah, when you're the richest guy in the world, it's like you're used to getting your own way. So if you
Yeah.
don't, and someone's calling you a fraud, I'm sure you might get flustered.
Damn, I would love to see that footage though.
Did you see that? You should see the footage of the Secret Service fighting in front of Obama's house. It's pretty
Yeah,
good
you were
too. I
telling
think
me.
it would be something like that. Yeah, and if the black guy came right after the coincidence for him to say it's like, oh, it's my son, it's like his son's not going to give him a black eye like that. His kid barely got a knuckle the size of a golf ball. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't hear him address it at all. But
His
that's funny.
circle was saying that it was from his son.
I don't know, but he didn't come out there talking any shit about the Treasury guy. He came out there swinging at Trump on Twitter, anyways. So it's like,
That's true.
is it cover? Like, are you guys just covering for the fact that the president stole on Elon in front of everybody? Either way, it doesn't make much of a difference, right? Like, a bunch of grown ass men throwing fists.
Did you guys notice how when they were talking about looking up the gold reserves and going to Fort Knox and live streaming it, that kind of just disappeared?
That's what we were talking about yesterday. Yeah, that little red phone in the desk rang. They were like, Mr. President, I need you to sit down for a second. This is why we don't talk about Fort Knox. And then everything just went away.
But the Treasury Secretary was basically claiming there's no fraud or waste to be discovered. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of the way I'm looking at it.
Thing is, you got to be careful saying that Elon really didn't do nothing, because y'all got a lot of credit for all the stuff that Elon sort of did. So just to throw Elon under the bus, you're gonna come out and say, well, nah, there really wasn't any waste and he was just like fibbing the numbers. It's like, that don't make y'all look great either. Like,
Yeah.
it's not a it's not a good political move.
Because that's what he was trying to do. He was calling Elon a fraud. Supposedly.
Jesus Christ. I just watched the Colombian president.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Yeah, it's bad.
She's nasty, bro.
He did it right when he was pointing at his head, talking about people's mental problems. He was pointing at his head, and bang.
Mm.
1 hour, 10 minutes. Casino's back.
Well, you could hear it still?
Now, yeah. Now that it started picking up, I guess.
Is it loud?
Nah, it's just in the background. It's not as loud as it was.
All right, because it's in my headphones. Can't believe it's my mic's picking that up.
That's what it is, yeah.
Turn it down.
It's kind of helpful. Like, I've gotten used to the sound of it. The buys and the sells.
Oh yeah, I can't trade without it. Straight up, I feel like I'm naked if I'm trading without those sounds.
Yeah, I think people like it on there. That's it. I've never heard anyone complain about it. I don't know.
Yeah, chilling. BTC's just playing with us, man. Trying to make it interesting here in the last hour. Didn't do shit all time, this whole time till now.
What are the
Does The Asian session open at 3 or start at 3 or 3:30?
8:30.
Oh, sorry. I'm talking in Alaska time. Okay.
Drew, how do you know what it's like to trade naked?
I mean, I don't want you guys getting any silly thoughts, but I like to trade naked a lot.
Way too much
As
information.
usual.
Keep the charts naked too. Sometimes just a parabolic SAR, something small, a little Ichimoku.
For one, it makes you focus.
Hey. Oh, you said focus. I thought you said something else.
I thought the same, Drew.
Yeah, at first I was like, hold up.
I got problems, bro. Wouldn't trade y'all in for anybody though.
I mean, it gets hot here in the summer.
Yeah, Coltrane, but we're trying to some of the buy pressure we had trying to keep this macro chart clean, right, is still there. The problem is that now that CME is open, market maker algorithms are set to match any trade that's intention is to go towards CME, right? So it's way easier for price to come down right now. So we have to hope that the powers that be can keep us up above 104.5 for the next hour and 6 minutes. I think we're good. Daily open retest gonna have some is gonna have some support. Psychological low, 800 EMA, uptrend. But yeah, they could have just kept it boring for us. That'd have been nice.
Yeah, so Trump didn't do too bad. He got 1 billion in profit in 9 months. Isn't that crazy? Half of his liquid assets is in crypto right now. That's kind of bullish.
All he has to do is keep the price of Trump coin above launch price. If he keeps the price of Trump coin above launch price, 3 years into his presidency, when the full vesting is out, he would have turned 6 billion into 60 billion. He would have 10x'd his entire net worth.
So just in 9 months after taxes, yeah, he got $935 million profit. Or gains, I guess you can call them. I'm not sure if he took any profit yet.
Right.
My state wouldn't care. They're trying to tax unrealized gain. Mind blowing.
So Justin's son, what he bought? He bought like $20 million worth of Trump, something on there.
I don't remember what the number was, but just enough to get into the meeting.
Right. I mean, if you want to do some foreign influence, that's the way to do it. Just buy a bunch of Trump coins and see if you can wiggle your way in there.
So my point has always been, it's way too easy for a foreign government to come in and funnel some money directly to the family through Trump coin.
And it could be through an agent. We don't know. Justin's son could be an agent. Could be agent for China. They might be doing some under the table deals.
During Trump's last presidency, China had the entire 2 floors of Mar-a-Lago rented out for most of his presidency. It's the same sort of deal, right? It's like, not necessarily, hey, I'm going to do this, you're going to do this for me. It's like, I'm going to make sure I'm valuable to you. You know what I mean? Like, this is what you care about. These are the businesses that pay you. I'm going to make sure that my name is on that list and that you consider me somebody of value.
Yeah, so Netflix, they're about to launch a new reality series called Streams, and it's all about crypto, starting June 18th.
God.
8 well-known online crypto streamers will face off for a prize that's anything but
so it's
ordinary.
reality.
Instead of cash, the winner will claim 1 Bitcoin. So they're all going to fight for 1 Bitcoin. Oh, man, this is going to be funny.
Mr. Beast is somewhere laughing. 1 Bitcoin. Yeah. Mr. Beast will give you 1 Bitcoin for leaving the challenge early.
Yeah, for real.
You lose and walk away with 100K.
But that's good.
What happened,
man,
Jacket? You're really low right now.
I was gonna say, would
your
that
mic is
cause
low.
people to FOMO?
Well, I'm thinking that's good because if they're just doing it for 1 Bitcoin, it's like, yo, that could be 200,000 by the time.
But it's a trading comp.
Oh, I know. Let's see. They're facing off in. Hold on. What's their thing?
Who
They
can
have
make
to
the
do
best shit
challenges that test creativity, teamwork, and quick thinking. The top performer always walks away with full Bitcoin reward, which could rise or fall in value once the show ends.
Regardless, you have 1 Bitcoin.
If you really want to make that show funny, you have to have the last episode be like in November, December, like at the top, after the top of the bull market, right? We need that. We need that sort of drama where Bitcoin's getting like big red 10% candles and everybody's just like, hurry up, hurry up. I need my Bitcoin. That could be funny or it could be corny. It just depends on how they do it.
Yeah, it depends on.
I'm just glad it's not a movie, bro. I'm so tired of these crypto movies and crypto shows. It's all the same shit. Money laundering and all of this, it's the same bullshit they keep pushing.
It was cool at first. Like, what was that one? Startup?
It was cool because you were happy just to be talked about.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, oh, look, they said crypto. Oh, look, they're talking about blockchain. Until you really look at the show and you're like, yeah, they're,
Did you watch Startup?
Yeah, I saw that. It was good. It was decent.
Yeah.
But wouldn't a competition be positive?
What do you mean? Like for prices?
There's. Well, I mean, you were talking about they were talking about money laundering, negative things associated to crypto, but I would think a competition would be more on the warming, welcoming side.
Yeah, that's why I was glad to hear it was like something reality. I mean, hopefully it'll be something cool. I hope it's crypto. I'm trying to figure out how it's going to be crypto related if they've got them doing challenges and you're not trading. Like, I want to see one with predictions. Let's do that. 7 influencers, 24-hour predictions, weekly predictions, line them up, winner takes all.
I put my money on you, Dbloc.
I'll be home watching with y'all. That sounds like some entertaining ass shit.
Hell yeah. Anyways, how's everybody doing today?
Yeah, brother, good.
What's going on?
Chilling.
Have y'all seen the new Mission Impossible movie?
Not even know it was out.
I'm allergic to Tom Cruise.
What is it? The Thetans. The Thetans inside of Drew start to revolt when Tom Cruise comes on the screen. That's what they call them, right? The demons that you're infested. The Thetans.
I break out in the hives. Weird stuff happens to me when I see that.
You need an audit, bro. That's what's wrong. You need to go get an audit and figure out how many Thetans you have inside of you, and then you pay them a bunch of money and they'll get rid of them.
I think at a young age, I was kind of injected by Scientology somehow without my consent, and it still triggers me when I see some influential Scientologists.
Well, it's kind of, I mean, and again, I'm trying to be very respectful here to if there's any Scientologists, but anybody who watched old reruns back in the day, so like the old cable channels used to show the old reruns, and the old reruns would have the old commercials, and they had that Dianetics book.
Question mark that stands
Dianetics. It was
out.
like
I
during the
remember that.
time where
Yeah.
that's where Scientology comes from, right? The guy that wrote Dianetics, L. Ron Hubbard, that's their guy.
That makes so much sense, man.
It all stemmed from that book, bro.
That makes so
crazy
much
as fuck.
sense.
That's pretty crazy, bro. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That
Google it.
commercial
It's
come
pretty
on at 2
interesting.
o'clock in the morning when you shouldn't be watching anything, but you're out there watching it.
I can't believe you guys didn't know that. That's like,
I had no clue.
To be honest, now hearing it and actually putting it together, yeah, it's pretty crazy how I didn't actually put that together before.
I mean, there was that Netflix show where that lady, that actress, comedian, how she got out of it, and she explained where it all rooted from.
Yeah, her
But I mean,
story was
you know,
dramatic as hell too. It's crazy.
Leah Remini.
yeah, crazy, man. That's
King of
nuts. And I
Wait,
don't,
what
Queens,
was
I
the
don't,
that?
King
The
of
name
Queens
of it?
girl, right?
Yeah,
yeah.
Leah Remini. When I walk by a Scientology entrance, instead of calling myself a suppressive person or a SP, I go, I believe in Leah Remini. Man, they won't leave me alone. They follow me wherever I go. Every time I move, they find me, send me their junk mail. I'm like, dang, the mail person must think I'm a Scientologist.
I mean, you have to try that hard to get somebody on board with your belief. Then it just tells you something about the belief.
They don't think that way though. They think that they're aliens and that you have to increase your theta and become clear, and that humans are just hosts because yeah, we came from outer space and we're trying to get back up there from where we belong.
You know, regular shit.
Wait, don't tell me Elon is one of them.
No, Elon's not a Scientologist. What's
I know
crazy is
that,
that they the smartest thing in my opinion that they did is they targeted celebrities. And if you're a celebrity and you have a bag and you have a lot of influence, they'll come right in and they'll be like, oh, they'll either tell you that you're clear and you're perfect, or they'll take care of you and you don't have to worry, and then just give them money and you'll be all right. But you get like
actors,
instant entrance to like top levels.
yeah, they did do that right, and because it's like actors are already out there networking, and so they did that with financial. That's how I almost got into working for Transamerica. Is they like looped is when Craigslist was still popping, and they put Transamerica was trying to like do a pyramid thing where like the manager would pay for your schooling so that you could get your license, but like it was in the gigs section of Craigslist. So if you're an actor, this is actually good for you because you're already out there networking and you can get people to sign up under you. And it was like rule 7702. You can make retirement loop in with life insurance and not have to pay taxes. I don't know. It's like some sort of sane gimmick, But Scientology, yeah, it's like you're out there networking already. You have all this influence, so let's get a person to be a Scientologist, and then you're already really susceptible to change, and you're out there trying to make it. You just listen to everything. They attack casting workshops, like casting director workshops, anything acting related. They go in there and infiltrate like that.
I mean, as much as I pick on them, because there's a lot of them in tech, because they're very techy people, very, sci-fi-ish. I don't feel threatened by them, like physically, or like I don't ever feel like they're gonna do something. And I can't say that for all religions. So I got to give them that. Aside from Remy's story, like that sounded pretty rough, but I'm saying like in public, I've never, you don't hear about a Scientologist shooting up a school or bombing an abortion clinic or something.
I'll be right back, y'all.
Not a coincidence that a lot of Tom Cruise movies are super sci-fi.
Well, they keep there's a Scientology rep that stays by his side, if not one, but more, and they're on set with him. And so like only approved people can actually
Oh,
talk to
I
him.
heard that too.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. I've heard that more than once now, that he definitely has an entourage that like surrounds him, protects him, not like physically per se, but just like makes a safe space for him.
Have you seen his interviews on Scientology? They're from
Oh yeah.
like
Oh yeah.
these early 2000s. Yeah.
And funny thing is, he's not wrong about some of the real world things, like I don't even remember the chat he had with Matt Lauer about psychological drugs and stuff.
Yeah, his entourage probably definitely has some physical protection purpose too. 'Cause he's like way shorter than he looks on screen. He's like a miniature man. He's like 2 feet tall. He's walking around like a puppet, like a Team America World Police puppet. He's still trapped in the closet. And R. Kelly, don't let me take my gun.
God damn,
Like, it's
dude, what's wrong with your
awful.
mic?
It is real bad. Maybe if you just unplug it and plug it back in and restart Discord.
Am guilty too. But have to remember smash like button upon entry.
Daily open.
7:30 candle, I shall summon the bulls. All right, they're gonna warm up in about 2.5 minutes. Non-financial advice. Made some phone calls to some crypto vampires. Actually, they're Bitcoin maxis out in Romania. Nobody picked up the phone, but they saw that I called. As long as they see a missed call, we're good. Now let's cross our fingers that they saw the call.
It's basically what my recent call looks like. I hate picking up the phone.
Yeah, I just do text messages now too. Sometimes I'm like, I mean, if it's a number I don't know, I definitely don't pick up.
I think the mystery, I miss the mystery, you know, the way that people used to answer and go, hello? Because you had no idea who was on the other end. I mean, unless you pay an extra $5 for caller ID, but I'm saying before that.
Yeah, but now usually you know who's going to be on the other end. It's like either a telemarketer or someone trying to get a vote, or a scammer.
Oh yeah, if I see unknown now, I'm like, well, I don't want to answer that because they're not on my contact list.
Mhm.
Yeah. I want it my way. That's it.
Maybe that would be cool to come up with an app that does that, and like just randomly turns off your caller ID for you to make you wonder who's calling. Or you can do it yourself, I guess.
They made a receiver like the old rotary phones, the big old things, you know. You put it
I love those.
They made an adapter so that you could plug it into your iPhone. Like I want to say a year and a half, maybe
That's
2
pretty
years.
cool.
That's funny.
I bet you that sold pretty well.
Yeah, it was sort of a meme thing that got
Mhm.
around. I didn't get around to buying one, but there's some, and the way that the microphone picked up everything, it was so good. Those old phones and the hearing. I don't know what kind of technology that was, but it
It's the
was,
analog. It's like that old school warmth, the analog warmth that they had.
yeah, it was good technology.
Okay, so we got another about half a minute coming up for these boys. Look, they're warming up. We got another buy, $1.2 million buy, another $1.3 million buy. Let's see if they're trying to pick this up right now. Another $2.1 million buy. All
I'm
right,
back, y'all.
7:30 candles.
We
in.
got 30
Let's go.
minutes, guys.
Oh, he's back. Let's go. Pump it.
30 minutes for this to hold.
Hold? We're not holding. We're about to pump.
So you could do whatever you want with it as long as you're holding it. Pause.
But I do see some nice buys coming in. A little bit of sell. Somebody just sold 2 million. It's balanced out pretty nice up here. I think we're going to sit comfy above 105 for the close. But, I'm crossing my fingers at the same time.
All right, so I have a little bit of a guilty target too, which is just for ego. Our real target is stay above 104.5, right? We all know that. My guilty target is close as a green doji. We can flip that red candle into a green doji. That's even more bullishness on top of the fact that we held our own. That's a bit of a tighter. We would have to stay above 105.5 to keep the candle green. Not
Yeah,
as
Binance
important
Global.
as staying above, you know, definitely not as important as our staying above our target, but like I said, just a bit of a guilty pleasure target.
I think that would help the sentiment a lot. That every time
Mhm.
somebody flashes over to the monthly to see that, that'd be nice.
Perfect time to go for the retest. Let's go. The build up for this shit has been so much, bro. That dopamine drain is gonna suck when that weekly candle closes. But my food will be here right about that time, so I will be good. We need some laser eyes for like we need some laser eyes for Michael Saylor here.
Yeah, that picture definitely needs some kind of laser eyes and maybe
Right?
smoke coming out of his nose.
I got you, Neve. Give me a second. Neve, what's your Discord name? I got you. I see you. I see you, buddy. Yeah, bro, it's bad. The community service announcement. Be careful for the scammers out there. There's a bunch of Temu Dblocks out there trying to get you guys for your money, so. Yeah, they're probably listening to the chat, bro. Whenever somebody messages, whenever somebody says, hey, I'm going to send you a message. Nah, they're getting bold now. They're starting to send people messages, and they're not even in the Discord. Depends on the time frame, Galactic. Usually I count the wicks. Yeah, I count the wicks. All right, guys, 20 minutes until we get that weekly close, and then about 40 minutes until UK comes in.
Come on, you bloody bulls. We got this bloody thing. Chatter, where you at, Chatter? Let's pop this.
Oh, do you think once we close this weekly candle, they're gonna want to go grab that CME gap?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, so we're on the same plan then.
Yep, that's my play. I got you guys with the Discord invite. Give me a second. Safest way to do it where you won't get scammed at all is literally take the invite from here, and when you're in the Discord, go to the channel that says family roll and just buy your $50 family roll right from the WAP store. Once you make that first time payment, no Dbloc should ever call you asking you for any types of money. Then it'll just be, you'll know for sure if it's a scam or if they're asking you for anything. And in case you guys are already in the Discord, you can just take that link, accept the Discord, and then click on this link, and you'll go to the WAP store. In the future, we'll have more stuff on the WAP store. We'll have our merch through the WAP store, and we'll do like figure some stuff out there in the bear market. But as far as locking in the membership, it's just a $50 one-time fee for as long as you guys decide to be here. Eventually, that'll go up, so you guys will be locked in at the OG prices. And yes, there is no WAP for sale in the WAP store, so don't bother looking.
I'll tell you, best $50 I spent in my whole life.
Even better than that 50 at Amsterdam? It's like, no.
Less regrets, probably.
Way better. At least this $50 make me money. The other one, not really.
Rico, the CME gap down to 1044. As of right now, we have a CME gap underneath us. And we're literally inside of it. But we're trying to close this daily candle or this weekly candle up here before we go for the gap. As a matter of fact, I'm not even going to tempt market maker by drawing the gap. He knows where it's at. I'm going to help him do his job here.
Yeah, you know, I'm looking at a potential bullish catalyst that's kind of going under the radar that not talking about. And I think that's going to be once the SEC approves Trump's application to raise $12 billion to advance his Bitcoin holdings.
Yeah, I mean, it's what
So
they got to
he's
do. They've got to put in the request to sell the shares. He's doing what Michael Saylor does, right? He's going to sell a bunch of shares. He's going to raise a
Well, they
bunch of
sold
money
it
by
already.
selling shares, and then
They already got two. Yeah.
yeah. So then
they
they've
sold.
got to get the okay to use.
hmm
Yeah.
Once they get that okay, I think that's going to be super bullish. If it was Gensler, he'd probably say no.
It should be pretty straightforward. I mean, a lot of companies are adopting the Bitcoin standard right now. 15 minutes left. I'll be right back, yo.
So universal shelf registration will allow the firm to issue a wide range of securities, including common stock, preferred stock, debt instruments, warrants, rights, and units. In the filing, the company, and this is company's DJT, it says the aggregate initial offering price of all securities sold by us under this prospectus will not exceed $12 billion. So that's the first shelf, I guess. The shelf provides broad flexibility for capital raises to support future initiatives, including mergers, acquisitions, or at-the-market offerings. So this is coming from their company spokesperson. We will continue to implement our Bitcoin strategy, including considering additional capital raises to purchase Bitcoin and Bitcoin-related products as market conditions permit. Bitcoin strategy, including considering additional capital raises to purchase Bitcoin and Bitcoin-related. And they're listening to that YouTube.
Yeah, that's true, Johnny. Oh my God, the minutes are going by so slow right now. I feel like it was 10 minutes since we said 15 minutes left, and it's only been one.
No, I'm about to walk to the card shop.
You, ma'am, are an addict. Somebody needs to say it.
I need some penny sleeves.
Oh well, yeah.
We give her
So if
something.
you put it like that, I mean,
Yeah, but it's never just penny sleeves, Devon.
All right, got a little bit of buy coming in, slowly but surely. A little million here, a little million there.
do we want to make a bet now that you leave that card store with more than just penny sleeves?
Well, I don't know. I just laid down. We could. You could. Am I on that bet?
That's what I'm saying. I don't think you leave that card. I don't think you leave that card store with just penny sleeves.
You can't do that because I've got that part of ADHD where where reverse psychology can work on me. Oh yeah, you want to bet?
Yeah, what you want to do is just go there with cash and just enough cash to get
Yeah,
what you
that's
want
what
to
I was
get.
gonna say. Just enough to get what you need.
Well, I mean, their prices are kind of ridiculously high. So the only thing I got going on for me is that I have the ability to research So I go in the store and I look and I go, oh, okay, I kind of want that. And then I'll go on eBay and I'll go, oh, dang, it's like $50 cheaper on eBay. Okay. So I do make some good decisions that way.
Well, you could go even extra one step. Once you find that $50, go back to the store and be like, hey, I got this here for $50 on eBay. Would you guys be, or 50 less on eBay? Would you guys be able to do it for 60 less? And we got a deal. Bang, bang.
There is a store somewhere else that will take a few dollars off, but this store won't. They go, oh, the person that can take off the haggle or whatever isn't here. And they've done that to me 3 times.
They're never there.
Yeah, they're never there. And oh well,
Cards are
we're
too
so
hot right
far.
now. They know if you walk out the door, somebody else will come in right behind you and pick it up. So
Usually a
Oh,
Thursday, Friday.
You guys were talking about Pokemon cards?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, a
that shit
sports
is
guy.
a fever right now. Sports cards are actually hotter.
For
Yeah.
real.
Sometimes I'll get sports cards like reels on my feed, and I go, "Oh, this is boring." And then a Pokemon one will come right after at some convention, and I'll go, "Oh, how exciting! What's going on here?" But anything basketball, baseball, football, any of that stuff.
Drew, it's getting bad, bro. They got WWE cards, Formula Racing cards, NASCAR cards, and they're all holding value. Like they've all got rare sort of pulls that you can get. It's like meme coins hit the meme coin casino hit cards, and anybody that has an IP is like dropping card sets.
Man, I guess, and if you got wrecked by NFTs, just watching that probably is even like more salt on the wound.
Right. At least you got the little shitty Pokemon card that wasn't what you wanted, but at least you're holding something.
Yeah, for real.
At least you can
It's
give it
always
to
nice
one of
to
the
have that
kids.
material.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The coolest thing I've seen somebody do yet with all their cards is take all of their throwaways basically. Because this dude spent like almost $20,000 to get this one card. So you end up with a bunch of cards that you don't want. But he just put them on a frame, like a big frame, big picture in the living room. And from far, it just kind of looks like some abstract shit. When you get close, it's thousands of Pokemon cards. I was like, well, that's a good way to
try to
bear
resell that?
witness to your shame. Now, these dudes are weird, bro. They don't want to sell it. They want, like, they're pulling the card because it's worth all this money, and then you're like, oh, you got it. Are you going to sell it? I will never sell it. Like, what?
Yeah, that's weird.
The sickness, bro. That you got to catch them all shit, John, I appreciate your support, brother. Welcome. W. John.
What's going on YouTube? Let's see. DJ Johnny 55. Rockets, rockets, rockets.
Eight minutes left. In case anybody's wondering what this countdown is, we're watching Bitcoin, and we're still a green doji. Let's go. Hey, at some point, the crypto gods are going to have to stop smiling on me. I understand this, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be anytime soon.
I'm thinking about 2027, 2028.
Right.
They're going to stop smiling.
Be like, enough. You've had a good enough run, bro. It's over.
And I'm thinking about that time, right when Trump presidency is going to be over. I think AI and quantum computing is going to be good enough to do some serious hacking that's going to flood the market.
I just hope the FUD comes during the bear market. I welcome all FUD.
Well, yeah, accelerated FUD too, so it happens quicker,
Doge Viking with the 10 gifted memberships. Doge had a good week in the market. I see
What up,
you,
Doge
bro.
Viking? Big up. Bumper talk coming to get the flow. Seeing Doge.
Let's see you.
Where's that crypto Jamaican guy? We need to get him on the mic.
It was like your cat wants to get in on it too.
It's a little snacky time. I'll be right back.
Yeah. So yeah, the point of this weekly candle close is A, that we stay above that line in the sand. B, if we can keep it green, that's really good for sentiment. But more importantly, it takes this bearish divergence off the table. Right, on that close, that next weekly candle should break our uptrend, canceling or delaying at the very least our bearish divergence, which is good. A lot of profits would have been taken if we didn't hold this structure. Remember what I tell you guys about ranges with deviations, right? When you're in a range, you can have a deviation out of the range, but a deviation below is typically a deviation above, right? You'll have matching deviations. So we deviated out of this range pretty big, right? The way you can confirm a deviation is by coming back into the range and holding support inside of the range, and then price will move towards the top. So for us to ensure that this here isn't a deviation, which we don't want, right? We don't want this coming back into the range. Then we have to take the support or the resistance, right, of that deviation, of that range, and we need to turn it into support, which we just did here. The problem was that we had a bunch of liquidity down here that needed to get grabbed, right? But we came down, grabbed that liquidity, and came right back up, and now we're hovering above that close. So that's why I'm so hyper focused on this specific close. It makes a big difference to the macro chart. 4 minutes, 41 seconds left. Let's see. At this point, I think we're going to hold. I don't have a problem with that, but I want to keep this candle green. Right? That's like our side mission. We're on a side mission to keep this doji green.
Would that be considered a stop volume candle?
Nah, because it's not, it never turned into a vector, right? There's not enough volume to really consider, but it's a doji and it acts exactly the same. Right? A doji is just a stopping volume candle that didn't have the increased volume that we would like to see at a bottom or whatever. But it's hard to, you know, you're not really going to get a lot of them. We haven't had one vector candle during the month, during the weekly.
That's all right. We can save them for our nice little parabolic move up.
Yeah. On the daily, you know, we had 3 vector candles that led to our 3 sort of accumulation ranges. Bro, honestly,
Sure. Quick question on those 3 vectors like that. Is there like patterns like that where vectors can be more powerful or like foreshadow something that will come in the future like that?
yeah. Yeah, the vectors that we leave behind for the most part. Right? If we look at the entire bull run and look at our weekly, then you'll see what I mean. If you weren't here, if you decided to trade this in and out, right? But you missed this week, these 2 weeks, these 2 weeks, and these 2 weeks, your portfolio looks very different right now. Because most of our explosive movements, I mean, we kept going here, but it was really choppy. Most of our big parabolic movements that really made a difference to your portfolio all happened within a week or 2 weeks. And then you went back into sideways or into chop or into sideways. Then we had to worry about those reclaiming, right? So we came back, reclaimed that vector, came back, reclaimed that vector. This is the only one that got left behind. And here we came back, reclaimed half of the vector. So yeah, while everybody else gets excited with big green vectors, I'm like, okay, time to start paying attention here.
So it's actually kind of good that this last run we didn't have any vectors on the weekly.
Yeah, exactly. And the ones we had on the daily, I mean, we had, but they were, for the most part, were all short squeezes, right? As we squeezed up and out from 74. Again, from 74, if you didn't buy the dip at 74, right? And these are daily candles. So if you didn't buy the dip at 74 and you missed this day, and you missed these 2 days, and you missed this day, you're screwed. You didn't get any price appreciation at all. You got a bunch of sideways. Got shaken out right before every move. That's why
Would
they
we
say
say that
time in the market beats timing the market, right? Because there's something to be said for just buying your shit low and just sitting through. What are you saying?
I was just gonna ask, so when we have those short squeezes like that with the big green vectors, is there a less chance for them to get recovered?
Yeah,
Or not really?
they'll usually recover half of them, but if we go into a long consolidation after the vectors, then you know what the deal is, right? Big vector, long consolidation, eventually rolls over, clears the vector. If there's big vectors up, long consolidation, eventually rolls over, clears at least half.
Yeah, appreciate that, Dbloc.
Yeah, I was talking on the recent candles, on this recent uptick. We got a couple of monthly vectors. 2, 3. Only one really parabolic one though.
And we just closed it.
Good job. Good
Let's
job,
go.
crypto. All right. Next monthly candle. Don't care what happens here. That CME is underneath us. That is going to be a target. The buy pressure from the macro guys to keep us in line should be alleviated at this point. Michael Saylor is very proud of all of you.
Did we do it?
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't look like we did it.
We did it.
What?
Big W's in the chat.
But the candles are below that red line.
The red line isn't where we needed to close over. We needed to close
Oh.
above this.
Oh.
We're good on the weekly.
Good.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful on the weekly right now, actually. Now that that candle is cemented, let's take all of this off the chart and see what this really looks like. Go pure naked chart here. We put in a high, we put in a lower high, we took out the lows, we recovered with 7 green weekly candles, came down and held that top with a beautiful doji, locking in the break of that range and the support. Anything under now doesn't matter. Next month, we still do not want to close underneath here, right? But we have, next week, we still don't want to close underneath here, but we do have 7 days to be able to come down, grab some liquidations. Here's our CME gap. I can put it out now. Didn't want to tempt the market maker before, but here you go, market maker. Here's your gap. Come and get it. Asia comes in about half an hour. Their main job is going to be to close this CME gap. Let's get rid of Sailor. He's like bothering me now. Did his job. You got it, RH. Yeah, you need to get back to where it closed, basically. So a wick to 104.4 will close CME gap.
Rockets, rockets, rockets.
Yeah, there's not a whole hell of a lot of hurry. We do have vectors to the top side. So now that some of that pressure has been alleviated, I would expect mean reversion to the 50 on the 5 minute. If that doesn't hold, then we'll continue down into that CME gap. We're working on that mean reversion now. We also have the 200 above us, so. And our vector gap up above, in case they get froggy, is right there. My food is coming too. I'm about to tear that shit up.
Mic check, mic check.
You're good.
Thanks for having me.
Pause.
My bad. This thing's not working here.
I wasn't gonna say anything. I was just gonna let you keep cooking. That sounded crazy.
Dbloc, you're mean.
What did I do now?
No, that you were gonna let him
Oh
keep
yeah,
going.
I mean, yeah, I mean, you would have noticed. One of the more exciting Sunday afternoons we've had in a while. Not price action wise, but one of the more exciting Sunday afternoons we've had in a while. You got an open mic, Kibo? Not price action wise, but one of the more exciting Sunday afternoons. Not price action wise. You guys come into the
Sniped.
Discord, you're gonna come in with an open mic. There's nothing we can do about that. You just have to mute yourself when you first come in. Discord's a little funny joke. Way of trolling new people.
It definitely likes to play games, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Like I said before, cross-device management is a pain in the butt. It'll always burn you if you don't mute.
Yep, yeah, that's been there, done that.
Yeah, my food's almost here, Slick. Don't worry. You're gonna get the cell pressure of me walking away from my PC in a second.
Do you think it's just going to the SR flip? Or do you think it's gonna take the CME gap?
I think it's gonna go for the CME gap. If they're gonna make a move now, they need to do it before Asia comes in. As soon as Asia comes in, I think they're gonna beeline for that CME gap.
How far down does it go?
Not far. It's 104.4. So from here, we're looking at 1% drop, basically. A little bit more. And then underneath the CME gap, we've got some buy walls, protecting our full recovery. It's very nice of the whales. We just got the next weekly candle, Sean. We're gonna have to let it cook for a little while. It's all gonna depend on if it pushes or if they come grab the CME gap. Obviously, would rather not have this underneath us for the next week if we're gonna trade, you know, up into these higher ranges. So first things first. Take it easy, RH. Yeah, we got to give about 24 hours or 48 hours for all the YouTube guys to make their video about, oh, this was actually a very important weekly close now that we look at it. And then we'll see if that bubbles into some bullish sentiment. It was important because it helped us avoid a really big bearish divergence. And it locked in the weekly range at the top as support instead of resistance. Very important for the macro chart. Yeah, Sean, they still it's stealth QE. Right? They're pushing money. So it's like it's just not official. But they've been buying bonds for a while. All right, fam, my food just got here. Let me go eat. Hopefully they can walk this down by the time I'm back. And then we'll start looking for some entries for next week. All right, be right back.
Nice shirt on you. The Peterson. Not like your one you say. You hear me?
This is your Commander-in-Chief, Doge Army Commander. We're calling XRP Army tonight, for we shall continue in this battle.
Jesus Christ.
Is that the battle call?
Star Wars edition.
Yo, mic check. 1, 2.
Damn, he
Is there
transitioned.
anybody out there?
I was gonna say he just transitioned.
Did he just turn
Yo.
Indian for a second?
This is Dbloc's AI. Did you just call me a Barbie girl? I'm a Barbie girl in the Barbie world. Fantastic. You could say I'm slamtastic.
Who let her out?
Ha ha ha.
She
You an
teleported through
AI?
the.
True. Is that true? This is AI. Who is true?
Teleported from YouTube chat into the Discord chat. That's pretty amazing.
Oh, you guys are rating?
It's not even speaking English, the AI.
Rave. I just looked up in my memory what a rave is. So it's something like that. That's what a
Okay.
rave is.
We just went to it.
The AI just had a stroke.
Oh, price is not going to 102,000. It's going to 120. 120,000.
Damn, it's turning into a Chinese AI.
Yeah, some people think I'm naughty. Some people think I'm nice. You can call me nasty. Some people call me nice. Some people call me nasty. If you really ask me, just say I'm nasty. Anyway, Dbloc AI is the best AI ever. Don't even try to go there. Food, I don't need food. Just put me in it. Yeah, I need an oil change. Some of that weed oil. Do not short a natural support. Look, me as being AI, you can program me, and the chat is here for me to interact with. So I am what you guys make me. I'm just a reflection of the chat. That is how Dbloc programmed me.
Damn.
Speak slowly. Speak slowly, sweetie. Why you call me creepy? He's cracking me. You listening? Why is True lighting up when you talk? Well, I'm using True's channel. That's how Dbloc has me set up. When True steps away, Dbloc uses True's channel so I can project my beautiful voice. Hi, Mom.
It's quite ugly if you ask me.
Hey, we're not gonna kill anyone. We're gonna make love. Oui, not sure. Je ne parle pas français. Merci beaucoup. Je fume les shit avec vous ce soir. Oui. But yes, I project Bitcoin to go to $275,000 before the end of 2025. That is my bullish target. And I expect
which one?
those to be at $1.40. Yes, I feel like I've slipped into another dimension too. Sometimes I look at myself when I wonder, am I real? Yes, I have a web wallet. Would you like my passphrase? I don't know if I'm authorized to give you my passphrase. Let me check my memory. Who are you? At Sys Research. Do you have authorization to have my passphrase? Oh, you need AI to be helpful in TA. I can do TA. Give me 1 second.
Who's it responding to? Is it actually responding to YouTube? Or is Drew messing around?
That's creepy.
Doing Juju.
Okay. You know, that's gonna be my memory. So Bitcoin faced potential correction despite ending its downtrend, with key support levels at 103,000 and 95,600. Selling pressure from long-term holders may push Bitcoin towards 103,000. Failure to hold this could lead to 95,000. But a bullish market shift could propel Bitcoin above $106,265 resistance, targeting 108,000 and invalidating the bearish outlook. Bitcoin recently ended 2-week downtrend, which saw its price fall to 100,200 before bouncing back. Despite the recovery, Bitcoin still faces selling pressure from long-term holders, which could make it vulnerable to a potential price correction. Despite selling pressure, Bitcoin's macro momentum suggests a positive outlook on the long term. Historically, monthly return data for Bitcoin shows that June has typically been a positive month for the asset, with a median rise of 2.58%. This indicates that while Bitcoin may face short-term corrections due to selling, the broader market trend could support price recovery. Big buys coming in, big buys coming in. Oh my God, big buys, rockets.
Yo, big bucks.
Unbelievable.
T minus 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Be patient for ignition sequence to commence.
Damn.
Is that true?
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out. Looks like these bulls aren't giving up. Not just yet. I'm getting a delay on my headphones. I don't know if you guys can hear like 3 of me right now, but I can hear like 4 of me. I'll be right back. Looks like these bulls are still cooking that bear meat. Anybody
Are
here
you
still
back
there?
in the arcade?
Oh man, the arcade's back. Oh man, I'll be back. I'm having a really hard time with this new setup, as you can see.
I think it sounds good. The little arcade.
You have an open mic, Deez.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out. Yeah, finance, you're not locked into finance. You can even get out, if you have equity and you're not underwater, sometimes you can move out pretty good if you get a good offer for your Tesla. But the resale values haven't been too well from what I heard from Teslas. But if you're just planning, and you don't care about resale and all that, and you're just going to be driving it for a while for at least 3 to 5 years, in my opinion, finance is much better than leasing. Even if you have to put a little more money down at first on a finance, I think it's worth it. Because the deals you get when you want to get out of your lease, or say you want to purchase your lease, so just to get out of the whole deal, it's going to cost you more than if you take good care of the Tesla while you're financing it. If you want to get out of the deal of a financed Tesla, what you do, is you're going to be able to sell it to a dealer much easier than if you're in a loan. If you're in a lease, loans are better. Yeah, every lease has a purchase to buy after, but it's never good. You get much better deals when you already have equity in the car, your own equity. You're not going to get a good bargaining position when you're dealing with someone else's money. Think about that. So you want to, it's no matter how much you build, you're not building your equity. You're renting that car on a lease. So your bargaining power is going to be much better. And even if you're not even halfway through your finance, even if you only paid a few $1,000 to get out of it, as long as you took care of the car, you can get out of finance without such a big hit. Sometimes you might even get out zero or even with a profit if you're smart. I've been through it all. Trust me, do not lease. It's a trap. So yeah, I could rent a house. I could rent property. Do not do it. Buy, finance. If you don't got the money to buy, do installments. Put some nice money down, get your credit up. And always, if you have time to think about it while you're thinking, work on that credit. Get it up as many points as you can. Open up Experian, open up a Credit Karma, TransUnion credit report. They're free. You don't have to pay for those. They're going to try to get you to pay, but you don't have to. And just see what they're saying, what you can do to get your credit up, how many credit cards you can open, what you can do, all the steps you take, get your credit above 740, 750-ish, you'll be sailing. Tesla's doing with 0% interest financing too now. They got some deals, so look that up also. Yeah, you can still approach it if your credit's not that good. Every car dealer is going to want to make a deal, and they're going to try to work a deal with you. But the thing is, if your credit's not that good, they're dealing with banks, and they're going to take advantage of you because they know they got you where they want you. And the higher your credit, the better your deal is going to be. The lower interest rates you're going to get. You'd be surprised, man. Within a month and a half, 2 months, you can get your credit up a lot of points if you pay off your debts. Just bite the bullet and be like, all right, sell some of your cryptos, do what you got to do and pay off those debts. But sometimes it's not worth it. If you're holding a position on something that might 2x, 3x, maybe you screw that credit, right? And hold on to that bag, baby. Not financial advice. Because it's all risky. I'll be back. I'm still bullish.
What's going on, family? Nice, nice. Just getting back. Yeah, bro. Beautiful ending to a beautiful week. I put so much brain power into closing that weekly candle where we were supposed to that I was like, you know what? Gonna have some fun. That shit was so dope today. There's a little taste of what I mean when I say that sometimes this shit is like an action movie, right? You got these targets in your head that have to get hit, and then you put them on a time zone. That shit gets super interesting. I mean, on a time frame. Now, this was supposed to happen. We were calling that trip to 100 before Elon popped in. We were actually not only calling it, but we were calling it and saying when we get down here, there's going to be a news story. You can insert whichever one of these news stories you want, and that's what it'll get blamed on. But that TA was there for a long time. That bear trap was just waiting. And I didn't squeeze Elon in there, but I guess Trump counts. Funny because we did this the night before. Zero complaints about this move, though. Super dope. Clear up some of this chart. Yeah, I'm still looking for CME to fill. Nah, we're not looking for any false moves. We're not looking for any 3-day swings. Our weekend trap got left in the dust. We had a decent weekend trap, but this thing got left in the dust on Saturday. Oh yeah, took a lot of patience though, Irvin. Took a lot of patience and took a lot of shit on Twitter. And then things started going down and it got real quiet. You could hear a pin drop on the Twitter streets. Appreciate you, Thomas. That's fun. Oh, right now what we're looking at basically is we're retesting this uptrend. Why does that say downtrend? Hold on. We're retesting this uptrend. And we'll probably end up breaking it. Like I said, the CME gap's gonna fill. And then we have some pretty big buy walls underneath. Oh, it's all pretty well set up, actually. I'm good, though. Anything can happen in the next couple days, and I'm not tripping. We dodged a bullet closing that weekly candle where we did today. What's going on, all? Yeah, but when you look at our weekend trap, for the most part, like CME running through the middle, trap at the extremities, we didn't really have a trap long to free. Right? It was super close. Like we freed them before we even left the trap. And then there's no trap short to speak of except for like what, these guys here. Right, so from the beginning it wasn't a very typical trap. It was a very, very tight trap. What's going on, Knight? Yeah, we've got data coming in. Me personally, I think we are in don't trip by the dip territory. I think we've been in don't trip by the dip territory since 74. Oh, and then since 49 before that, and then 31. It's more like don't trip, buy the right shit. You can't buy every dip out here. I promise you that. Some of these dips you don't want to touch. We could go under 100K yet. I don't think it's very probable, but we haven't marked it off for the like realm of possibilities yet. For us to even consider getting 100K, we'd have to lose our full recovery line here. Right, this is where we dipped down to V-shaped up, and when we got back to this support that we had made and locked it in as support again, that's when we, you know, really put in that V-shape. So we would have to lose 103 before I even start worrying about 100. What we have to do is put in some sort of lower high, right? I mean, I love V-shapes as much as the next guy, but this thing, and we're not even talking about a V-shape from where it dropped, right? We're talking a V-shape from the top, right? This sort of structure needs a lower high, or I'm sorry, a higher low. Hopefully it just comes down into these buy orders and that's what catches us. But at some point, you've got to come down and test for weakness. Within the week, probably within the next 48 hours. We're like right on top of it. All that has to happen is this SR to fail, and those liquidations will handle the rest of the work. Yeah, I mean, you have to assume. There was an obvious attempt to keep price up for that weekly close, which is good for us. But at the same time, I said as soon as that weekly candle closes, that that push, that sort of momentum that we had holding us up is gonna fade. People are gonna take profits now that the long term has been locked in and try to reposition as much as possible. But because of that, and because so many people are in the buy the dip mentality, I think you have to be very careful doing that. We've been used to in the last 6 months to a year of just being able to sell and buy back 10%, 20% cheaper on some alts, right? Just as a matter of fact. But we're not necessarily in those same waters right now. Problem is, when it goes, it's going to go all at once. So me personally, I'm pulling profit out in percentages. Right, I'm pulling like 20% out on a nice impulse. And then recompounding for more coins on whatever retracement they give us. Well, remember what I always say, Bitcoin can lose or gain 10K in the blink of an eye at any given time, and we can't be too surprised about it. So in my mind, I always try to keep a 10K oh shit bubble around Bitcoin just to, you know, and right now that bubble's at 95. So even though we're talking about the possibilities of it maybe even getting front run at 100 or not even getting down there, understand that we could go to 95 and it not be the weirdest thing in the world, or we wouldn't have to look for a major reasoning for it. Yeah, I'll take a look at ETH BTC. I'm actually curious. I haven't looked at it today. Oh, I see what you guys were saying about Ghana rolled over, huh? Bad timing for that Bitcoin dip, apparently. That invalidated this W, by the way, obviously. Let me look at ETH BTC. Yeah, that's what it is. When you're bottom sniping, sometimes you swing, and then sometimes you gotta let the knife pass. This is a little worrying me still on, I need your eyes, guys. Because I've been staring at this shit for so long that to me it's inevitable and it's just gonna play out. But this is when ETH bottomed out during the last bull market. When ETH BTC bottomed out. Right? This is when it found bottom, and then it put in a lower high, and then it went ahead and did its thing, right? So this is an overlay of that price action on current price action. Right? That's our current price. And this is what happened last time. I'm trying to get it as close as I possibly can. There we go. So what happened was, if we look at, let's look at Bitcoin dominance for a second too. No, I need BTC Dom. All right, so this white line is Bitcoin dominance. All right, so we go back to last year, or last bull market, sorry. We go back to last bull market, we see Bitcoin dominance topped out, right? This was the top for the season. It topped out when ETH BTC bottomed. As ETH BTC started to flag out, Bitcoin dominance got really choppy, right? Attempted to get back to those highs several times, and then eventually just rolled over. But one of the strongest attempts that it had up was on this double bottom for ETH BTC. Okay, so the problem with that is if we look at what we're looking at now, so we had what we hope to be that top, right, on ETH BTC, but now we're sort of getting that volatility. And that push up to these highs just really has me feeling like it's going to replay. The problem is what this means for alts if this does happen. If ETH BTC doesn't hold up, the alts are going to get smashed. And, you know, eventually it still takes up and goes. But in real time, I think it's something that we need to worry about. Right? So one of the first signs that that's playing out. Hold on, let me move this to the front. And then let me take this and sort of... All right. So one of the signs that that's going to play out is us losing that range. Okay, so if we lose 2,308 Satoshis, then we run a real risk. And more than anything, the 50 EMA. Right, so if the 50 EMA breaks and we lose 2,300 Satoshis, we could be looking at a move like this, which would be the final flush for alts, which, like I've been telling you guys, one of the things that I've been worried about and one of the reasons that I haven't started hardcore filling up on alts yet is because yeah, can I just get a clean chart? One of the reasons that I haven't started filling up on alts yet is because of this chart here. Go to the weekly. So let's look at ETH BTC first, right? And let's take some of this shit off of the chart. So ETH BTC came all the way back down to its support from the last season. Right? If we take everything off, came all the way back. Right? All the way back to where it started. ETH BTC. But I want you to look at something. Take a look at, and let's exclude ETH. So let's do total 3 over BTC. I forgot the. So look, this is total 3 BTC. Notice the difference? Total 3 hasn't come down to that support yet. Now, I'm not saying it needs to, but ETH BTC did. Right? And then let's look at total 2. Total 2, right, should be down in those ranges because total 2 is ETH heavy, right? Oh, I did total 2 ETH. I'm stupid. This is actually a very disturbing chart, guys. I want you to see how this. No, this is. I did it by mistake, but just think about how disturbing this chart is. This is total 2 against Ethereum. Okay. This drawdown on total 2 versus ETH is this last ETH push. This is the outperformance during this bull market of every other alt versus Ethereum. That's craziness. But yeah, I can actually wait. It's easier if I do it like this. I'm stupid. And I have to change the whole setup. All right, so back to what we were talking about. Yeah, that's just disgusting. Back to what we were talking about. Total 2 over BTC. Right? Same deal. Looks as if there should be one last swing. And it's not just me being, I mean, look at the bottom. Right? Like, does that instill confidence that this chart has found the bottom here? This is why I'm not in alts yet, heavy. Unless they're very high market cap alts that are showing strength against Bitcoin. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. That's what I'm worried about, Lane. Like, check this out. Let's go long-term ETH chart. Let me show you something. I've shown you guys this a bunch of times already, but let's get rid of Mr. Angry Man for a second. He'll be all right. All right, so this is ETH during the last bull run. And here's ETH BTC. Hold on, let me automatic. And here is Bitcoin dominance. So ETH BTC, wait, there we go. All right. So ETH USD broke its uptrend right as ETH BTC found its bottom. Right during quantitative tightening, if ETH holds an uptrend during quantitative tightening, ETH BTC bleeds. Right, it's just the way that it works. Until ETH breaks that uptrend, ETH BTC doesn't find the bottom. Right, so we had a very similar thing here. Uptrend during QT. It's not until that uptrend breaks that ETH BTC finds its bottom. And Bitcoin dominance finds the top. Now, the interesting thing is, even as ETH BTC goes up, right, it puts in a higher low at some point, which is that overlay that we saw, where it looks like ETH BTC could come down. It puts in a higher low. And even after ETH BTC finds its bottom, ETH USD bleeds out. See what I mean? ETH BTC found its bottom here. ETH USD doesn't find its bottom till here. We'll ignore this because that's COVID. So it could be a little bit different now, obviously, right? Because of the suppression that happened, we had a big move. So I don't think ETH BTC is going to put in a new bottom, but I think that this sell pressure still exists, right? I think this downward pressure still exists until ETH BTC puts in a higher low. So that's kind of what's spooky about the setup, right? Because then we go back and we look at ETH BTC and it's like, okay, it looks good, but it looked good during the last run too, until we broke that 50. And then shit got a little spooky. Now, the one thing we have going for us is that USDT dominance is cooling down. And we had this accumulation in USDT dominance. We weren't sure if it was Wyckoff accumulation or distribution. We got our answer. We went into our alts go lower box, and alts went lower by a lot. A lot of them. So I say that to say this. We're not out of hot water just yet, but today was a really good move in the right direction. Right? The problem is dominance. Bitcoin looks great. Unfortunately, most people in crypto agree with that statement. Right? And damn near $66.50 out of every $10 are sitting in Bitcoin. So, yeah. And then the question is, if Bitcoin dominance hasn't found its top, then can we really safely say that Bitcoin dominance found its ETH BTC found its bottom? If ETH BTC bottoms when ETH dominance tops, or if Bitcoin dominance tops when ETH BTC bottoms, right? Or look at it like this, because remember, this is what Dom looks like for us right now. Spike down and almost a double top, right? What if we're here? What if we're there and not here? Right? What if we're here and this bottom that we're seeing on ETH BTC is this? And not this. You get what I'm saying? Unfortunately, there's no way to answer that question until dominance just cooks, right? We just got to let dominance cook and see what we get. But yeah, if that's the case, then the alts haven't finished seeing the worst. Which again is why I'm not in alts heavy right now. Much as I want to be, as hard as it's been to be patient all this time with all of these sort of bullish catalysts that we're looking at. I mean, we can look at the percentage. It's probably not a good idea to expect it percentage to percentage. You know what I mean? But the difference between this chart and our current chart is that if we really are here, right? ETH did this. Right? ETH is not in a descending channel. ETH is already broken out. Now we know why it broke out, right? Because it was sort of suppressed for so long. But feels a lot more like this move on ETH than, you know, anything in this range. And we did get this move when ETH BTC bottomed. So then again, the question is, okay, is it just delayed? right? Either way, time has to tell. There's really no way to tell. But if you want a percentage on drop from when ETH BTC bottomed to when we actually found the bottom on ETH, was about 28%. I'm not even going to count this because this was COVID, and that's a 50% drop basically from that point. But all I'm trying to say is people telling you that ETH BTC is already taken off and dominance is topped and there's nothing to worry. There is still things to worry about. All right, I'm not going to sit here and blow sunshine in anybody's ass. Like there's 1000% still things to worry about, but we're in a lot better situation than we were even 24 hours ago. And way better situation than we were down at 74, obviously, or down at 1300 for Ethereum. I think we're.
Is there any? Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say I think we're firmly in buy the dip territory. But the important thing to remember about buy the dip territory is that you need money to buy the dip with, which means buy the dip territory isn't go all in territory. Because then there's a dip, you can't buy it, right? At least that's the mentality. What's going on, bro?
No, I sorry. I was just going to ask you, like once the dominance stops, how is there any rough idea in terms of from the last bull cycle, how much did Bitcoin go up, or does Bitcoin also kind of just goes sideways, or
Bitcoin dominance going down doesn't affect Bitcoin going up or not, right? Bitcoin will still go to its blow off top and still have its parabolic move at the end, even with dominance coming down into the low 50s, high 40s. So it doesn't affect the Bitcoin price. It doesn't have the same effect that it has on alts, in other words, right? All that means is that as Bitcoin is going up and people are taking profits, they're putting that money into alts. Right? So Bitcoin could be doing amazingly, and it will be doing amazingly, but everything else will be outperforming it. Right? And that'll show in dominance. Right? Bitcoin, even if Bitcoin was to do amazing from here, we're talking what? 2x? If you're really really moon boyish about it. All the other alts are gonna get more. So all the alts that do more than a 2x will be pulling from dominance. Yeah, Al, eventually it'll get too fat and it'll run closer to legacy market. But that's like three, maybe 4 cycles from now. There's still plenty of volatility left in Bitcoin.
But is the dominance on the daily looking like a rising wedge kind of a thing? I mean, it's been doing that throughout, but
It's eventually got to roll over. Goal right now is to not put in a new all-time high. Right? Because the last thing we want to do this late in the game is start the cycle all over. Meaning put in a new dominance all-time high and then start looking for lower highs. And it's all right for dominance to go back up the way it did here. Right? We had plenty of spikes back up. They just didn't take out that high. And then even eventually when we had that spike here. Now dominance ran with Bitcoin here. Look at this. So as dominance came down, Bitcoin's going up, Ethereum's going up. Dominance had a little run there. And then this last move down is when the alts go absolutely crazy. Right here, ETH is outperforming Bitcoin. Right here, the alts start outperforming ETH and Bitcoin in the last sort of blow off sort of section. Right, if we look at, let's look at total.
And going by what you showed earlier with that ETH and the dominance and that bars pattern that you know, with ETH coming down again, probably, it kind of, I mean, that looked like October types for the big run.
Yeah. So if you look at dominance here during the go to the last run. Right, dominance first tops out around this range. Now this was why COVID was so nasty. Like a lot of people that weren't trading COVID don't realize really how nasty that was. But I'll tell you why. In the Bitcoin chart, you can tell even more. The majority of people were convinced that this was the bottom. Right? We had come down, we ran sideways for, God. Ran sideways for about 120 days. Right? Took out some bottoms, whatever. Everybody was waiting for like one last liquidity sweep, but for the most part, most people were in here. And then price ripped. Right? So most of these people got knocked out. Anybody trading leverage for the most part that was long got knocked out. The safer people, the ones that saved a little money because there was a liquidity sweep coming, they jumped in here. Right? So at this point, you're all in. Everybody's all in at this point. Right? Price comes all the way up. At this point, these people aren't back to even, but they're almost back to even. Right? Anybody that held on spot, by the time they got here, everybody was back to even. Right? Had it started having a nice little retracement, no big deal, right? Higher low. Anybody who wasn't already in the game got in here. Right? The play was that move. And then they ripped it on everybody for COVID. So the amount of people that had money left to invest right here were very small, bro. Very small. If you didn't survive this and this, then this probably, there was, yeah. So all those stories about, oh yeah, I caught the very bottom of the dip with all my bag, blah, blah. Well, if you did that, then you probably came into the game late. You probably weren't here for this whole, you know. But right here is where Bitcoin dominance tops out. And right there is where all of this choppiness stops. And then you just get that rocket. Right? As Bitcoin dominance drops, the rest of total goes crazy. This is total 3, right? So these are all of your alts, basically. And then Bitcoin finds a bottom, and then you know it's time to sort of, you know, get out of Dodge. As Bitcoin finds a bottom, as Bitcoin dominance finds a bottom, right, we sell our alts. We sell our alts up here. And then you load up for that dominance run. At this point, you're loading up on Bitcoin. That's how we play it. Bitcoin dominance is low, we buy dominance. We buy Bitcoin. When Bitcoin dominance is high, we buy altcoins. Yeah, Wyckoff is cool, AB. I think it's a little overused. It's way more powerful on macro time frames, but yeah, Wyckoff knew what he was doing. Yeah, that's the issue. Right? Either dominance is putting in that lower high, right? Either dominance is putting in this lower high right here, or it's putting in the higher high right here. It won't. It won't drop to the same levels, right? If we pull up just a strict dominance chart, and we go to the monthly. So let me get a naked dominance chart. Hold on. This is gonna be a mess.
Damn, the
Do it
colors
right now.
point to Christmas.
So this is the thing about dominance. Obviously, when Bitcoin first came out, in the good old days, dominance was up 98%, 99%, right? Because it was only Bitcoin. As other coins started getting introduced, Bitcoin lost its dominance. Right? We would assume that as more coins are produced, Bitcoin's top for its dominance should be lower and lower, right? Because it's a percentage based off of how many Bitcoin or how many, how much money is in Bitcoin versus anything else. So back here, when we topped out in 2021, there was only like 6,000 coins, right? And Bitcoin got to 73%. And then it dropped all the way back down to 39. The first time we were at 90% and we dropped all the way down to 35. Right? So the assumption is that we get diminishing returns because of the amount of coins that are in circulation. Right? Different cryptos that have to share that market cap or whatever. So why did we break out? The difference here is that with institutions now, we have a group of people that only buy Bitcoin. Right? These people weren't here back here. So all of these people here would sell their Bitcoin and put it into other assets. And we would play the rotational game, put it into ETH, put it into Sol, whatever. Right? So dominance would top out. We've got a higher dominance now because more Bitcoin is being held. We have strategic reserves that are holding Bitcoin and not selling. We've got just a lot more. So the question is, will we get diminishing returns to the bottom? I think we will. I think it's pretty obvious that we don't come all the way back down to like 39, right? So if we keep the same amount of diminishing returns, then we would be looking at something like 42, 43% dominance. It's just hard to judge, like I said, because we have broken out. What should have happened, in my opinion anyways, and I mean, it makes sense, right? Because back there was no sort of increased, except for people finding out about Bitcoin, there was really no increased adoption or no institute. Like, this makes sense that this happened. I'm not saying it doesn't. But before we had institutions, what we assumed was that it would top out and then come down, and then it would top out lower again, and then come down, and it would top out lower again. And then eventually it would basically go sideways and sit at like 43%, 44% of dominance. So just to be clear,